Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:32 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, the meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will now move to our pledge, vision, and mission statements, which will be led by the Northside High School JROTC cadets.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now to the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Forward ISD vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning.
The Forward ISD mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
All right, I will now turn it over to Jessica Becerra for our recognitions tonight. Following the recognitions, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with the groups recognized tonight. So we'll go ahead and head down.
Good evening, President Martinez, Interim Superintendent Dr. Molinar, and trustees. Tonight we have 5 groups to recognize. At this time, I invite trustees to come down to greet our guests. You like having your picture up there? Yes. All right, tonight we recognize our greeters from the Northside High School JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Jacqueline Vindel, Battalion Commander. Cadet Major Diego Hernandez, Battalion Executive Officer. Cadet Command Sergeant Major Samaria Reina, Battalion CSM. Cadet Command Sergeant Major Guadalupe Rodriguez, Brigade CSM. And the program is led by retired Major Raul Padilla. Our next group are the students selected as Texas Music Education Association All-Star Musicians. This elite group of students were chosen out of over 70,000 musicians across the state. They are in the top 2.5% of musicians in the state. Please join us in congratulating the following students. Caden Robles, Benbrook Middle High School. Joseph Wilkinson, Benbrook Middle High School. Sean Starwalt, Benbrook Middle High School. Josiah Medina, Carter Riverside High School. Jordan Medina, Carter Riverside High School. Mariah Koenig from I Am Terrell Academy. Giles Clark, I Am Terrell Academy. Martin Clapper, I Am Terrell Academy. Tony Martinez, Northside High School. Ty Wilborn, Pascal High School. Carson Calloway, Southwest High School. Aspen Wedin, Southwest High School. Kendall Northrop from Western Hills High School. Luis Hernandez from Western Hills High School. And shout out to all the teachers and directors that make this happen. Our next group is the, oh. Sebastian Alonso, what school?
Western Hills High School.
And Sebastian Alonso from Western Hills High School.
Riley, Morgan,
Okay. Our next group is the Benbrook Middle High School 24 Treble Chamber Choir, which is one of only 14 choral ensembles invited to perform at the Texas Music Educators Association Conference. This prestigious honor highlights the hard work, talent, and dedication of these outstanding students and their inspiring director, Dr. Emily Sines. Please join us in congratulating these students. Riley Fusilier, Morgan Gibbons, Kara here, and Dr. Emily Sines. This is teachers? Teachers, right?
This is mariachi.
Are we not doing the teachers?
Want somebody else?
Okay, good. Next, we recognize the Fort Worth ISD theater teachers who helped Fort Worth ISD earn the Texas Thespians Premier Communities for Theater Education Award. This program recognizes the honors school districts that provide theater programs with the resources to achieve above standard and support an international thespian society troupe involvement. It takes incredible employees to make this happen. Please join us in congratulating the following. Jasmine Chance from Morningside Middle School. Thomas Berry, Rosemont Middle School. Andrew Brulard, Arlington Heights High School. Nanette Smith from Dunbar High School. Jane Hill, South Hills High School. Josh Mata from Western Hills High School. And C. Nicholas Moore is from coordinator for dance theater. Our last group is Northside High School's Mariachi Espuelas de Plata, which won Best Latin Music Artist at the Fort Worth Weekly Awards. The magazine chose our students against professional musicians, and we're incredibly proud of them. Please join us in congratulating Victoria Aguilar, Richard Barrientos, John Guadarrama, Angel Guerrero, Rodrigo Hinojosa, Aaliyah Martinez, Aiden Orozco, Abro Ortiz Ponce, Jesus Ramos, Anthony Triana, and directors John Olmos and director Ramon Nino. We had so many amazing recognitions today. Thank you, trustees. That concludes tonight's recognitions. President Martinez.
Thank you for joining us this evening. I do want to acknowledge that Trustee Kevin Lynch is with us virtually via Zoom. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda, as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, a recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, please approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker tonight is Bob Willoughby, followed by Ernie Moran. Bob.
Hello, my name is Bob Willoughby. Mainly I've got to give y'all credit for a couple of things. One is you do look interest in what we're saying. City council don't. They got their head down and looking at their phones and all that. Secondly, you do start on time. City council 50% of the time, Mayor Parker can't get there on time, okay? So anyway, I'll give you credit for that, but that's not enough. We need more. The one thing that most politicians, I don't know how this came about, but you people get elected, you don't answer questions. I know you don't hear the night, but you can answer questions later. I've never, ever got an answer. I've asked about opening our schools up. I'll tell you, you need to open those buildings up and let politicians use them. Me, Betsy Price, and Gina Bibbins is the only 3 people that ever campaigned in a school. And that's it. And I wanted them to open up. And you know what? I campaigned, they gave it to me 2 weeks later after Betsy Price did it. They had to. And I said, that's what I want you to do. No. They shut it down real quick. Politicians can't use them to campaign in. You know, after we campaigned in them, the next day, the sun was shining, birds were singing, no one complaining, everything's still working. Open them up. They're just buildings when there's no one there. Now, most politicians won't use them because they get elected by not answering questions. If they answer questions, they wouldn't get elected. So I want the politicians to start coming out and answering freaking questions. I was taught when people don't answer questions, don't trust them. You've never answered my questions. I want you to open up our time for PTA meetings, neighborhood associations, to use the school for an hour once a month or whatever. There's a sliding, you're supposed to be able to have it for free at 4 or 5 o'clock when it's unusable. Move it down to 7 or 8 on a sliding scale, let people use it. You're not going to have people running doing it because no one's doing anything. It's dead out there. Time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ernie Moran, followed by Arturo Montoya.
I want to start by acknowledging that we are land ceded and shared by the Kickapoo, Jumanos, Chillicothe, Wichita, and Comanche nations. I'm the parent of 3 Fort Worth ISD students, and I myself am a teacher in the district. In fact, when I came over from a neighboring district more than 7 years ago, I was fortunate to receive offers from several campuses at the May Job Fair. I chose Western Hills Elementary because I wanted to be a part of the solution in the 76116 after reading the Star Telegram series of stories titled Life on the Trail. I've lived in Fort Worth since the mid-90s, so I'm well aware of the history of the schools and neighborhoods in that community. And so I find it incredulous that after publicly releasing a report in the restructuring of schools that included Western Hills High School as the only high school being closed, you would have the nearest community forum to be held at Benbrook Middle High School. The students and parents of the Las Vegas Trail area deserve better than that. They deserve an opportunity to have their voices heard and not to have to go to that campus of all places to do so. The one whose construction and location was just the latest ugly chapter in the segregationist history of education in the city. You see, one of my 3 kids goes to I.M. Terrell High School. I'm proud of that fact. I'm proud of her talents, which got her into the visual and performing arts program there. But I'm also ashamed because while the city I call home is studying the area around that campus for possible future development, the lack of access to downtown and surrounding areas other than the shuttered Butler Place is a stark reminder of a time when Fort Worth ISD openly sent children of color to their own campus and cut their community off from the rest of the city. And now when the black and brown children of the LVT are making gains, the work of my colleagues earned my high school a C rating last year, just a couple points shy of a B. You want to again displace them to Arlington Heights, or worse yet, to a campus and a community that sought to distance itself from them. I'm well aware that this was just a report with options being proposed and that no decisions have been made. But let's be honest, the district did not spend money on a 2-year study to then toss its recommendations into the recycle bin. I understand that institutional efficiency is all the rage. I know what's going on at the White House in Austin, but whether the current occupant of the governor's mansion likes it or not, this school district has committed itself to equitable education. It's right there in the mission statement, right? Preparing all students for success, not just the affluent ones, not just the white ones, all students. Thank you. Let me just say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
Thank you. Arturo Montoya, followed by Carrie English. Arturo? No, Arturo?
Long way around. Good evening. My name is Arturo Montoya. I'm a 49-year resident of Fort Worth, Texas. And I'm also a retired FAA official. I was a regional director for civil rights for the Southwest region for many years. The reason I'm here tonight is I'm really concerned about what could be happening, is happening to our immigrant children. As everyone I'm here I'm sure knows, this current administration has taken an aggressive stance in action against our immigrant community. And what's really troubling to me is that they've actually, I forget the guy's name, I think it's Thomas Homan, they're actually making it possible for ICE to go onto school campuses, as well as churches, hospitals, and so forth. So the reason I'm here tonight is to express my real concern about that and to ask you to do everything you can to protect our immigrant children. After I speak here, a woman by the name of Sabrina Ball is going to present an excellent proposal for you all to consider for implementation. As you may know, back in 1982, the United States Supreme Court in the case Treiler versus Doe made it unconstitutional to not allow immigrant children to attend public schools. And since then, this really hasn't been an issue until the current administration came in. But the proposal that Ms. Ball, who is representing Indivisible of Fort Worth, Indivisible number 12, is an excellent framework and guideline whereby you all, I'm hoping, will ultimately implement it. But it's a great guideline for you all to look at in terms of what you can do. This, to me, is not just a legal and constitutional issue. It's a moral issue, ultimately. It's a moral issue. And I hope
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Your time is up. Yeah. Next up is Carrie English, followed by Sarah and Emery Bolstick.
As a Fort Worth ISD parent and teacher, I believe schools should be a safe place for all our students. Parents and students trust Fort Worth ISD to keep our children safe, and we must not break that trust. That's why I believe we need a policy for dealing with ICE agents who want to come to our schools. We should not be letting unknown people into the school without knowing exactly who they are, especially people who plan to walk out of the building with our children. I think that the highest echelons of Fort Worth ISD leadership should vet anyone who wants to take our students and painstakingly confirm that any warrant they have is valid. And I hope it goes without saying that we should not let anyone without a signed warrant from a judge into our schools. I hope we can minimize the fear and uncertainty that so many students, parents, and teachers are feeling by creating a policy that assures everyone that Fort Worth ISD will protect our students as much as we possibly can. On another note, I'm a stripling parent and a former North Highmount parent, and I think keeping our neighborhood schools is critical to the future of Fort Worth ISD, and indeed Fort Worth itself. But the only reason our schools are in danger at all is that Governor Abbott is holding our money hostage. The state has $1 billion surplus that he's refused to give to the schools until his voucher program gets approved, which will rob even more from our schools. So parents, if you're as angry as I am, please tell the governor, call him and show up at the State House on Saturday for a rally in support of our public schools. That may be our last chance to save their funding.
Thank you. Next up is Sarah and Emery Bostick, followed by Sabrina Ball. After Sabrina will be Stephanie McCartney.
Thank you for putting literacy first and adopting a strategic plan. As parents, this gives us hope. In 2017, you passed a welcoming and safe resolution. Times have changed. Trump has stripped away protections for schools, and at Northside High School, we've seen how real this threat is. Students are living in fear. The resolution is no longer enough. We need a clear, enforceable policy. Families must feel safe to reduce absenteeism. Staff and families need to know the plan. Students are distracted and distressed, unable to focus. This district's success depends on students feeling safe. You may feel much of this is beyond your control, but policy is not. You can ensure students feel safe and that staff have clear guidelines if ICE shows up. Even undocumented students have constitutional rights. Their safety is your responsibility. While you may not believe it will happen, the seed of fear has been planted, and you can help. Here you have a sample resolution and policy with key highlights. These are clear, legal, and actionable steps to ensure due process while keeping schools focused on learning. This aligns with the Supreme Court's Plyer v. Dole ruling, which guarantees all kids, regardless of status, access to public ed. This is not shielding criminals. If ICE presents a signed judicial warrant, the district will comply. This is about ensuring the law is followed so no child endures unnecessary fear while at school. This policy prevents disruption, requiring ICE to go through main admin first, provide a warrant, and follow an orderly process that protects everyone. I'm not asking you to break the law, I'm asking you to follow it. In Fort Worth ISD, we don't care where a student is from. We care that they are safe and they can read. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie McCartney is next, followed by Holly Plemons.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. My name is Stephanie McCartney, and I'm a parent of a Fort Worth ISD special education student. An estimated 11% of students in Fort Worth ISD receive special education services. 504s and IEPs are lifelines. They ensure students with disabilities receive accommodations like extended test time, wheelchair access, or trauma-informed discipline, service mandated by law but now at risk. For example, Fort Worth ISD's special education department already struggles with staffing shortages and disproportionate suspensions of Black students. Imagine a diabetic student denied medication access because nurses are cut, or a child with autism suspended repeatedly because teachers lack training in restorative practices. These are not hypotheticals. They are realities our district cannot afford to ignore. This is a man-made disaster. The state refuses to act and federal relief has vanished. Yet our moral and ethical obligations remain. We cannot balance budgets on the backs of students who need us most. I implore Fort Worth ISD to, 1, reallocate existing funds to prioritize 504 and IEP compliance. 2, leverage community partnerships, collaborate with nonprofits and healthcare providers to offset Medicaid cuts, ensuring therapies and medical services continue. 3, advocate loudly. Join lawsuits or state-level campaigns demanding fair funding. As trustee Kevin Lynch noted, outcomes drive enrollment, and our students' success depends on your courage. Transparency and accountability. Please publish detailed reports on how cuts impact special education and involve parents who are fighting for their children's education. In closing, trustees, when you voted to close schools, you promised to increase resources for students. Now is the time to honor that pledge. Defend our students' civil rights. Be the shield that they need in this storm. As Heather Hughes of Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD said, the needs of our students are not going away with the funding. Let Fort Worth ISD be remembered not for cuts, but for courage. Thank you.
Holly Plemons will be followed by Jason Ballman.
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I wanted to talk to you guys today about the superintendent announcement, and I'm going to encourage you to please keep that as Karen Molinar. This is a good choice. Karen started as a teacher, as all of you know, and she is Fort Worth. She cares about Fort Worth ISD, and now's the time for us to have a superintendent that is ready to hit the ground running. I feel that she already has since she has been in this position, and I would like to see it permanent so that more changes could be made to impact our students and our taxpayers, our teachers, and our community. So I really hope that you guys are supporting her in being our permanent superintendent of Fort Worth ISD. For the next part, I want to talk to you guys about Abbott's voucher program. It's a horrible bill. I'm a Republican, and it's a horrible bill. So I am asking every single person that's listening to this, every single person that is in here, I need you to advocate to every single one of your representatives, whether they are Republican or Democrat. They are currently being bullied to vote for this because of donors. Texas is for sale right now, and most people don't even know it. If this bill passes, Texas is going to be sold to donors, and we no longer have a representative form of government. This is terrifying for me. This is terrifying for Republican voters that are standing with me. Most people don't realize that, but we are all against this bill. If anybody looks at the facts of the bill, you're going to be against the bill. Anybody that wants to know about it, come see me, I'll tell you. And for all the parents that are here that are upset about 25 schools closing, I am on that committee, and that is not what's happening. Anybody that wants to talk about it, I'm happy to talk with you about it. This was a sensationalized story. It doesn't back up the truth, and I'm here. My phone number is 817-456-8230. I'm Holly, Hollie Plemons on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Ballman, followed by Lindsay Garner.
Good evening, Fort Worth ISD Board. My name is Jason Ballman. I'm here because I care about the safety of our children. For more than 10 years in my career, I led public health and safety campaigns all around the world. But those campaigns start at the local level, and they put schools in the center. Right now, after all my work in disasters and emergencies, the biggest threat is our own government. The biggest threat is ICE. The biggest threat is the fear that we have all had to deal with. It is alarming. I never thought in my career that I would have to worry about our own government being the problem with school safety, and it is. And you all have a role. You will now have to walk away from this meeting tonight after hearing from dozens of people about this issue, wondering how will you sponsor an item on the next agenda? How will you put internal politics aside between you and the council of this city and Fort Worth and everybody in Fort Worth and the county and the state and do the right thing and protect our children, our teachers, and our other administrators? As someone said earlier, the state has a surplus, almost $30 billion. Why aren't we investing that back into our existing public school system? Why aren't we doing more with it? We're toying around with smoke and mirrors games like vouchers. Ridiculous. My mom, public school teacher, 19 years and counting, she is terrified. She is terrified for her students. She is terrified for what her retirement may mean. It may mean it's not there for her when she's ready to retire. Let's stop the games and let's stand up for our community. You can do it. You can pass the resolution that will protect what these people are here for tonight.
Thank you. Next up is Lindsay Garner, followed by Heather Tolksdorf.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Garner. I'm a resident of North Benbrook in District 7. I'm the CEO of Communities and Schools of Greater Tarrant County, and I'm the mother of 2 handsome boys. Both are autistic and one is nonverbal. I'm here today to speak as a mom of special needs children and as a concerned citizen about the need for Fort Worth ISD to strengthen its support for children with learning differences. My boys are 11 and 13 now, but when they were younger and first diagnosed as autistic, I reached out to the school district and have reached out since to explore how you might be able to support my kids, and in neither case did we feel that the district could provide what they needed. To make a long story short, and in the interest of 2 minutes, our boys now attend 2 different private schools for students with learning differences. I drive one of them back and forth from Benbrook to Arlington every day, and while I'm grateful that my family can make that choice, not every family can, and none should have to. I lead a support group for Fort Worth area moms raising autistic children, now has 459 members, and I've heard countless stories over time from frustrated and disheartened parents who are desperately trying to navigate the school system, fighting for their children's needs to be met. It shouldn't require a fight. They're desperately trying to find advocates to join them in ARD meetings. Why do they need advocates? They're frustrated about having to wait for their children to be assessed for learning differences and get support. Far too many parents of special needs students within Fort Worth ISD don't have confidence that the school district can fully support their child's needs, follow their child's IEP, create a sense of belonging for their child, or even feel confident in their child's safety. I urge you, as you are right-sizing the district and aligning resources, to please ensure that more funds are allocated to special needs services, therapies, diagnosticians, and training for staff. It's encouraging that this has been identified as a priority in the strategic plan. Thank you for that. And I call on district leadership to support that goal with adequate resources so that every child can belong, learn, and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Heather Tolksdorf, followed by Danny Fracassi.
Fort Worth ISD's diverse A-rated schools should be blueprints for success, not targets for closure. Esteemed trustees and interim superintendent, my name's Heather Kruger, and I am here tonight to urge the board to reconsider any proposal that includes closing high-performing schools like De Zavala Elementary. Fort Worth ISD is currently a C-rated district with only 10 schools earning an A rating in the 2023-2024 school year. A-rated schools, like De Zavala, should serve as models of success. But De Zavala Elementary stands out because it defies the odds. 80% of its students are economically disadvantaged, yet they are exceeding at the highest levels. De Zavala is exceeding expectations in ways that few schools, public or charter, can match. For comparison, Rocket Ship Public Schools, a high-performing charter network, serves 307 students, with 78 classified as economically disadvantaged. Yet according to the Fort Worth report, in spring 2024, 71% of Rocket Ship students failed to meet STAR passing standards in math and reading. De Zavala, serving a similar student population, is outperforming a charter school designed for flexibility and innovation. I will say this again. De Zavala, with a similar student population, is delivering far superior results to a national charter network. This is proof that De Zavala isn't just an A-rated school, it's a blueprint for success that Fort Worth ISD should protect, replicate, and not dismantle. Okay, one more time, try again.
Save our school.
One shy one, thank you.
Thank you. Danny Fracassi, followed by Skylar Jamison.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Molinar, family and friends. My name is Danny Fracassi. I'm the proud principal of the Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard. Tonight, I stand before you seeking your continued support for the Leadership Academy Network and the important work we are doing for the children of our district and network. The impact we've seen at the Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard has been nothing short of remarkable as we continue to witness the significant growth in the academic and personal development of our students. With your ongoing support, our children have thrived in an environment that fosters leadership, creativity, and excellence, elements that are essential for the success both inside and outside of the classroom. However, there's still so much more to be done. Our students' potential is limitless, and with your support, we can continue to expand the opportunities that will allow them to become leaders we all want our children to become. It is crucial that we maintain and grow the programs that have already shown such positive results, and the Leadership Academy Network is at the heart of that vision. Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity to express our strong support for Dr. Molinar as our next superintendent. She has proven time and again that she possesses the experience, knowledge, and unwavering commitment to the children of Fort Worth. Under her leadership, we believe our district can continue to make tremendous strides and provide our children with the best education possible. Together, we have the power to shape a bright future for our students. And I ask that you continue to prioritize the support of the Leadership Academy Network and strongly consider Dr. Molinar's appointment as superintendent. Our children deserve no less. Thank you for your attention and for your continued commitment to the success of all of our students in Fort Worth.
Thank you. Up next is Skylar Jamison, followed by Marie Escovel.
Hello, my name is Skylar Jamison, and I am a fifth grader at the Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard, also known as LAM. This is my first year attending a Fort Worth ISD school, and I love it. What sets our school apart from others is that attended the atmosphere of learning. The teachers, staff, and principals have welcomed me into the LAM family and have taught me to be the leader that I am today. Whether it is the daily assignments, projects, teamwork, and other activities we participate in, they have all helped me and provided me with the opportunity to be a successful student and leader that I am. Every Friday, our campus participates and everybody grows. The activities and sessions we get to be a part of, like gardening, typing club, science lab, and yoga, all give us different experiences we don't always see in our classes, but help us see other opportunities we might be interested in the future. This year, I had the chance to participate in our campus spelling bee that I have won first place in the district spelling bee level. It was great. It was a great learning experience. I am grateful for LAM for preparing me to be the leader that I am today. And I hope LAM will be helping other students like me for preparing them to be middle school, college, and high school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Skylar. Congratulations on the spelling bee. Marie Esquivel, followed by Stephen Moore. Is Marie here? Stephen Moore will be followed by Cadence King.
My name is Maria Esquivel. I am an organizer, part of El Movimiento. I did a protest outside of Fort Worth ISD district just a couple weeks ago, I'd say. As y'all know, I have here justice for Jocelyn. She was a sixth grader, and she committed suicide due to being bullied because they told her that her parents were gonna get sent away, which is very cruel. Just know, and I hope this reaches everyone, just know it starts with the parents. Just always remember that. These kids are listening to you. But good afternoon, Fort Worth ISD. I stand before you to address the matter of most importance, one that touches the safety and well-being of the future of our children. The presence of the U.S. immigrants and Customs Enforcement, ICE agents on school grounds. Our schools are places to learn and growth and opportunity. They are environments where young minds should feel safe to explore, ask questions, and develop their potential. However, when ICE agents are allowed to operate on school grounds, it can create a climate of fear, confusion, and anxiety among students and their families. These children should not have to worry about being taken from their classrooms or their friends. School should not be a place of deportation or detention. We must also ensure that students, families, and school staff are equipped with the knowledge of resources they need to navigate such situations. Schools should provide Know Your Rights training to all students and parents. In conclusion, keeping ICE agents off of school grounds is not just a matter of policy, it's a matter of children's safety and mental health. So, Karen, take a stand, keep ICE out, and protect our class.
Thank you. Up next is Stephen Moore, followed by Cadence King.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar, President Martinez, Trustee Bridges, and esteemed board members. My name is Stephen Moore, and I'm the principal at Leadership Academy at Forest Oak Middle School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about what makes the Leadership Academy Network special and profound in its impact on students at the Forest Oak Middle School. The LAN's mission is clear: to accelerate student achievement through service and a relentless pursuit of excellence. This mission is not just a statement, it is lived out every day in the halls of Forest Oak Middle School. Our guiding principles, kids first, serve others, results driven, everybody grows, and better together, shapes the daily experiences at Forest Oak. Let me just share a few values that come to life in our school. Kids first. Every decision we make prioritizes the student's success. Whether it's a teacher staying late to provide extra tutoring, a counselor checking in on a struggling student, or an administrator advocating for resources, we ensure that students remain at the heart of everything we do. Serve others. Leadership at Forest Oak, we're about service. Results driven, we set ambitious goals and hold ourselves accountable. Everybody grows. Growth isn't just for students, but also teachers and staff. Better together, success is not an individual effort, it's a collective one. The impact of the Leadership Academy Network is undeniable. We see it in the rising confidence of our students, the dedication of our teachers, and the unwavering commitment of our families. Board members, thank you for your continued support and belief in our students. The Leadership Academy is not just transforming schools, it is transforming lives. And with your continued partnership, we will build a future where every student thrives. Thank you.
Thank you. Cadence King will be followed by Deontay Lawrence.
Good evening, board members and administrators and guests. My name is Cadence King, and I'm an 8th grade student at Leadership Academy at Forest Oak. My educational journey has taken me to a few different schools, but the Leadership Academy network has always felt like home. I started elementary school in Crowley before transferring to Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard in 3rd grade. When it was time for middle school, I attended LAFO for 6th grade. In 7th grade, I left to attend a performing arts academy, but quickly realized how much I missed LAFO and the support I had there, so I returned for 8th grade. That decision has been one of the best decisions I've ever made. I'm currently an honors student taking 3 high school credit classes that will set me up for success in the future. I've also had the opportunity to be a part of a volleyball team where I've grown not only as an athlete, but as a leader and as a teammate. The staff and coaches at LAFO has played a huge role in my success. They pushed me to be my best, both in the classroom and on the court. Their encouragement has helped me gain confidence, and they have connected me to scholarship opportunities that will help me achieve my goals beyond middle school. I truly believe that Leadership Academy Network, along with the dedicated staff both at Mitchell and LAFO, has shaped me into the student and person I am today. I'm so grateful for their impact, and I look forward to carrying the lessons that I learned here to get into high school and beyond. Thank you for your time, for supporting students like me through the Leadership Academy Network.
Thank you. Up next, Deontay Lawrence, followed by Bianca Araceli Lopez Antonio.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and community members. My name is Bianca Lopez, and I'm an 8th grade student at the Leadership Academy at Forest Oak. I began my education at Oakland Elementary before transitioning to LAFO in 6th grade. Since then, my experience has been filled with opportunities that have helped me grow academically and as a leader. I am an honors student currently taking 3 high school credit courses, which will give me a strong foundation for my future education. Beyond academics, I am an active member of our school community. I serve as house leader for the House of Altruismo, where I help encourage and support my peers. I also participate in soccer and crochet club and student council. These activities have taught me teamwork, responsibility, and the importance of giving back. One of the most impactful experiences I've had was being chosen as a guest speaker at the Junior Achievement Empower the Future Breakfast. This opportunity allowed me to represent my school and share how leadership and education have shaped my future. I have also been introduced to scholarship opportunities that will help me continue my education beyond middle school. None of this would have been possible without the support of the incredible teachers and staff at LAFO. They challenged me academically, encouraged me to take leadership roles, and pushed me to become the best version of myself. The Leadership Academy Network has truly made a difference in my middle school experience, providing me with the resources, guidance, and confidence to succeed. Thank you for your time and supporting students like me. I am proud to be part of LAFO, and I am excited for what the future holds.
Thank you. Erin Volberg, followed by Mia Morales.
All right, sorry, I had to walk. Okay, so good evening, board members, families, educators, and those who have a vested interest in the future of our communities. I would like to draw your attention specifically to the long-term impact and lifetime ramifications of school closure and how it impacts marginalized communities. Research has shown time and again that school closures disproportionately affect students of color and students from low-income families. Evidence-based research has shown the following. People living in more disadvantaged neighborhoods have less political and financial power to advocate for their schools remaining open. Studies have shown that schools with high Black and Hispanic populations are disproportionately likely to close. I have to lower this, I'm sorry. All right, specifically, studies have shown students of color are more likely to experience school closures and that the school closures have a greater impact on their educational attainment. Hispanic students accounted for 47% of students experiencing school closures in this study, but in reality, they only make up 43% of the total Texas student population. Students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch made up 63% of students experiencing closures, but they only account for 49% of Texas students. I have 10 copies of this study that I will happily give you. The impact is long-term. It's bad optics because, for one, we didn't have representation at these task force meetings from the De Zavala school community, right? Two, when we allow that information to reach the public about, I know we're all calling it a list, and it may or may not be a list, when that information reaches our school community, that traumatizes them. So as long as we're talking about ICE and we're talking about trauma and being kid-focused and kid-centered, that's an important thing to think of too.
Thank you. Up next is Mia Morales, followed by Shane Lawrence.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and board trustees. My name is Mia Morales, and I am a senior at Young Women's Leadership Academy and a member of the LULAC Youth Council, part of the oldest and largest Hispanic civil rights organization in the United States. Today, I'm not just here speaking for myself, I'm speaking for my classmates, my community, and for the countless students whose voices go unheard because they live in fear. I am deeply concerned about the impact of ICE on our students, their families, and the entire school community. Our schools should be places of safety, learning, and support, but many students, the fear of ICE activity disrupts their ability to focus in the classroom. Some come to school, others are too afraid to come at all. No child should have to carry this burden. When parents feel unsafe, it affects their children emotionally, academically, and mentally. Students who worry about ICE enforcement often struggle in school, dealing with anxiety, stress, trauma that no young person should have to endure. If we truly want to support our families, our students, we must also protect and support their families. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I urge the school board to take clear steps to ensure that our schools remain safe spaces for every student, regardless of immigration status. This includes reinforcing policies that prevent ICE from accessing school grounds, protecting student and family records, and providing resources and mental health support for those who will be impacted. Most importantly, we must make sure that every family knows that they are welcome here, that they belong, and that we will stand with them. No family should feel alone in their fight for dignity and safety. Education should empower, not instill fear. This board has the power to ensure that every student, no matter what their background is, can learn in peace, without constant fear of losing the people that they love. I ask you, please stand with us, stand with our families, stand for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Shane Lawrence, followed by Todd Daniel.
Members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity. Just for me being able to be here, this is a manifestation of your generosity, so thank you. My family moved here from Houston. This city of Fort Worth gave me so many opportunities. I live in Fairmont. My house was built in 1919. My students attend De Zavala. That school was built in 1915. The latter of those two things is in jeopardy. I want to make sure the De Zavala is here, not just for my two sons that are at it right now, but also for my daughter and for generations to come. One of the main things that I look at when I look at schools closing down, it makes me wonder, is it because of performance? De Zavala's performance is not one of the reasons that it's under scrutiny. As some of our previous speakers have alluded to, De Zavala not just this year received a A rating, but it also received an A rating last year. It is one of only 3 campuses to do that consecutively for the past 3 years. So that is, first of all, De Zavala, Tanglewood, and then the third school was Overton Elementary. Now, if we look at Tanglewood, this is not a downpour on them at all. Tanglewood boasts of a low income population of about 40%. If you look at Overton Elementary has a disenfranchised group of about 17%. As it was previously alluded to, the population of socioeconomic struggling students at De Zavala is about 80%. These are students that would not ever in any way benefit from the voucher system that is currently proposed. The voucher system is designed to become a de facto segregation. This school is a way that we can outweigh them. We can be bigger, we can be better than what we are dealing with these programs and with these schools that are going to be very much segregated. De Zavala is a good example of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Daniel, followed by Zach Leonard.
Hello. I'm here again to kind of hammer home a letter that I sent to the school district today, and I provided you guys a copy as well. I think it's an urgent matter. The Department of Education issued a directive to all schools on February the 14th, 4 days ago. And as a part of that, it discusses, the Civil Rights Division discusses that they can withhold federal funding from schools that are not in compliance, and they intend to vigorously investigate and do that. And I believe that Fort Worth has been out of compliance for a long time. Beyond my own bias, I decided to process the document that is the Department of Education's document and directive, contrast with the district's policy that ushered in a lot of the problems that we've had subsequently regarding discrimination. That policy, board policy, is AEA. And before I run out of time, I want to urge you to have a special meeting and revoke it. You have 10 days now. You need to revoke that policy, and you can rest on your legal policy in the meantime. But that policy, I gave you an AI-generated contrast of what the problems are between the two directives, and you need to get rid of it, and then you need to review all of your other policies that have the tentacles that have caused it. What would this school, everybody's complaining about losing schools and not getting funded for special ed and so forth. What would this school district look like without federal funding? You know, it's going to close down, okay? So you need to take this seriously, and you need to suck it up and get rid of the policy that's going to cause you guys can't sleep good at night, I hope, if your silly local policy was responsible for losing federal funds for this district.
Zach Leonard, followed by Ann Baucom.
Good evening, board, trustees, and Fort Worth ISD administration. My name is Zach Leonard, and I have 3 children in the Arlington Heights Pyramid, AHS, SMS, and NHM. My daughter's in the dual language program. And last year, I served as the PTA president for North High Mount Elementary School. And as of last Tuesday night, unfortunately, I'm also with Save Heights Pyramid. First, I'd like to make a public statement and excited optimism for Dr. Molinar to be voted superintendent soon. Fort Worth ISD has had a lot of turmoil, and I'm looking forward to new leadership with a solid plan. Tonight, you'll hear from fellow parents who share my love for North High Mount Elementary and many other schools. We'll certainly bring passion to the table in an effort to show our heart and why our students are succeeding in these amazing schools, but we're also happy to collaborate and help provide solutions to the fiscal problem that Fort Worth ISD faces going forward due to the lack of funds and attack on public education, both at the state and national level. We view option 3 as the only viable option from the task force. Please please do not shut down North High Mount Elementary. In 2018, I moved to a home very close to North High Mount due to the exceptional academics, the PTA, the history of the neighborhood, but also because it mirrored the demographics of Fort Worth. Walking around my neighborhood, I see new families moving in all the time, so I challenge the data that shows that our neighborhood is shrinking. We can absolutely support the future of North High Mount long-term, especially considering our high transfer rate. We're essentially a school of choice already. We have 160% capacity. Enrollment or equity is not an issue at NHM. One of the main missions of the PTA is advocacy, and our time now is important more than ever to promote and fight for our schools. This is more than just about dollars and cents. This is about common sense. Thank you.
Ann Bockham, followed by Caleb Williams. Is Ann here? Caleb Williams will be followed by Brendan Fino.
Hi, my name is Caleb Williams. I'm a longtime resident of Fort Worth and a father of a child that goes to Days of Allah. And I'm just here to echo what other people have said, that closing Days of Allah would be a big mistake. Days of Allah is a high-performing school. I think if you have a school that has consistently low attendance or is consistently low performing or high violence, maybe some of those could be considerations, but Days of Allah doesn't have any of those qualities. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I think that Days of Allah should continue to, exist and have funding, and I think we can find a solution for any funding difficulties if we have the willpower to do so and use creativity and out of the box thinking. I think we can find solutions. I think that the decision should be driven by the educational outcomes of children. And if that's what's our top priority, then Days of Allah should not be considered for closure. That's all.
Thank you. Brendan Fino, followed by Carolyn James.
Good evening. I want to begin by recognizing the leadership of Interim Superintendent Karen Molinar and express my full support for her permanent appointment as Fort Worth ISD's next superintendent. Under Dr. Molinar's leadership, we've seen a renewed focus on early literacy and measurable academic progress, a commitment that aligns with the very goals of this district, its students, and its parents. I'm the parent of a dual language student at North High Mount. He's great. I feel Dr. Molinar will also provide administrative continuity relating to the facility's master plan deliberations and ensure that qualitative and quantitative academic progress and metrics are informing the district's decisions so that high-performance schools like North High Mount, which are exceeding literacy benchmarks and contributing directly to district-wide academic success, are not in danger of being shuttered and sold off. Whew. The permanent superintendent deserves the ability to assess, refine, and reject these proposals rather than being forced to implement them. And that's why I encourage the board to, 1, pause school closure decisions until permanent leadership is in place. 2, commit to data-driven decision-makings that invest rather than eliminate in successful schools. 3, commission and publicize an independent study on how these proposed closures will impact student outcomes, property values, and neighborhood stability. And most importantly, 4, make a public commitment that no closed school properties will be sold or leased to private, religious, or for-profit charter schools. Strong schools build strong communities, and strong communities build strong schools. We trust that Dr. Molinar won't dismantle what is working. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn James, followed by Vahista Usri.
Good evening. My name is Caroline James. I'm here today because I'm committed to supporting your efforts to serve students with dyslexia in Fort Worth ISD schools. Dr. Molinar, thank you for meeting with me this month. I appreciate that you are willing to talk with community partners in service of our students. I look forward to continuing to work with you, as I know you're the best person for the job, and I hope we can ditch the prefix of interim as soon as possible. Members of the school board, as you begin your work on the budget, I'd like to remind you that students with dyslexia are in desperate need of your attention. Over the past 9 months, I've met with several of you and appreciate the time you have given me to talk with you about literacy and specifically dyslexia. As you know, this is very near to my heart, and I've learned in our conversations that dyslexia affects several of you and those that you love. During Dyslexia Awareness Month, I challenged each of you to participate in a dyslexia simulation. 7 of you took me up on the offer. These are time-intensive, and you gave of your time. It speaks volumes about your commitment to understanding what dyslexia is and how it affects our students. Dyslexia has been announced as a priority by board members. Dr. Molinar expressed her commitment to serving students with dyslexia. Mr. Chowdhury is quoted in the paper today saying that we need to find and serve students with dyslexia. The strategic plan specifically addresses the need to enhance our support of students with disabilities. This is unprecedented. I know you've been listening, and I'm so grateful. Now, as Rod Tidwell demanded of Jerry Maguire, it's time to show me the money. Last year, the Fort Worth ISD budget had $9.5 million budgeted for dyslexia services. We know that isn't enough. We haven't even come close to identifying all the students with dyslexia, let alone serving them. There are specific guidelines for therapists who serve students with dyslexia, and $9.5 million isn't enough to hire the professionals qualified to serve these students. How will you budget for dyslexia moving forward? How will we ensure that we have sufficient funds to pay therapists who will help with the identification and service of the students with dyslexia? It's time to.
Thank you. Vahista Usri? Did I say that correctly?
It's really difficult. Vahista Usri.
Usri. Thank you.
All right, good evening. I am a North Highmount mom of a kinder and 3rd grader who I have with me here, Enzo. They are also future students at Stripling and Arlington Heights. I'm here to stand up for North Highmount, South Highmount, Stripling, De Zavala, Western Hills, and all the other schools that should not be closed or combined. Let me first tell you what I do know. I know North Highmount is great, as well as South Highmount and Stripling, and I know my children are thriving. A big part of the reason for them thriving is the small size and personal attention they receive. They are enrolled in the dual language program, and their Spanish skills are outstanding. You should hear the Spanish that comes out of this little guy. They are in classes with a diverse group of kids, including the 57% of students that are transfer students and choose to make North Highmount their home. The community is strong and caring and invested in our gem of a school. Now, what don't I know? Unfortunately, there is a lot. This team has not provided information on what the land will be used for if schools are closed. Will it be turned into apartments like Austin ISD did? Charter schools, private schools left empty? The presentation last week was predicated on the fact that research shows elementary schools with a minimum of 550 kids and 4 to 5 teachers per grade level is best. Where is that research? What about all the research that supports small schools and student academic achievement? I went to TCU and not UT for a reason. Sorry, Longhorn fans. Why would you close successful schools that are leading the district in literacy success and more? Should you not instead be studying them as model programs? Why not convert the portables at North Highmount to an annex as described in the November 2024 report? Invest in our school. The report considers converting Stripling into an elementary school when you are currently using bond dollars to improve the facilities for a middle school. How is this a good use of funds and taxpayer money? I ask the board to not only keep our schools open, but to also be fully transparent in the process. Thank you all.
Thank you. Trinice Dorsey Hollins, followed by Mendia Whittier.
Okay, as a mom of a Fort Worth ISD SPED parent and advocate of 100 SPED parents, I agree with what was previously stated, but due to lack of time, I'm going to address other issues here today. First, would like to say I too agree with appointing Dr. Molinar as SOUP and am happy to have someone in that seat who's actually approachable and listens to the community. Also, thank you to the board members that took time to meet with us last month. Truly appreciate that. In the talk of school closures, we know that school closures are coming. I would agree that we do need to take into consideration that schools that are actually closing the gaps for students and are actually meeting students where they are, especially Black and brown students, we need to keep those schools open because they're doing what they need to for our schools, for our children, excuse me. Congratulations and thank you to the district for the district-wide parent-teacher conference on Monday. We heard from lots of parents and excited teachers looking forward to continuing this work. Actually sent Mr. Muhammad and Dr. Molinar an email this evening to address a previous agreement that was made to strengthen the parent partnership and look forward to hearing from you soon. Finally, Caroline, you stole my line, but it's okay. I appreciate you standing on the things for the strategic plan, but just right now as we're planning for the budget process, I ask that you also stand on aligning the things that you set as a priority to that budget. We can agree that it takes money to make lasting changes, and like Jerry Maguire said, show me the money. Like, we have to put the money where our mouth is. Also, fear of ICE is a real concern for our families too, so any support and a plan behind that will be beneficial. Thank you.
Mendia Whittier, followed by Cindy Reyes.
Hello, I'm the parent of a child in the district. To ensure the success of Fort Worth ISD and its students, I'd like to share lessons I've learned as a career crisis manager and public relations professor. A new executive order eliminating schools as sensitive areas for immigration enforcement threatens to have a chilling effect on attendance. Absence due to fear of immigration enforcement will negatively impact the Fort Worth ISD budget since school funding in Texas is based on average daily attendance. Our district already feels the state's failure to properly invest in schools. Any further reduction in resources will escalate an already tenuous situation into a full-scale crisis. So here's a golden rule for crisis management. The best way to manage a crisis is to prevent it from happening to begin with. Fort Worth ISD can protect daily attendance levels and help prevent the escalation of its funding pinch to an outright crisis by adopting a policy that ensures children and families feel safe at school. This is also a student achievement issue. Immigrant families, regardless of documentation status, are currently living in a state of terror. Students can't focus in class, digest instructional material, or perform well on tests if they are consumed by fear. So here's a golden rule in education. Students are only able to be as successful in the classroom as their life circumstances outside the classroom allow them to be. Fort Worth ISD can help safeguard academic outcomes by adopting a policy that prevents unauthorized access to school sites by immigration officials, providing also for robust staff training on student rights and other critical measures detailed in the policy submitted by Speaker Sabrina Ball. I support this policy, not a resolution. A resolution has no teeth.
Thank you, Cindy Reyes, followed by Emily King.
Good evening, board. My name is Cindy Reyes. I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD, and I've been a second grade dual language teacher at the Leadership Academy at Como since LAN started in 2017. When LAN started, our campus faced significant challenges, both academically and in public perception, often defined by our struggles rather than our potential. What sets LAN apart is a belief that with the right support and resources, every school can thrive. From day one, our staff has rallied around a common goal, not only to improve test scores, but to change the narrative surrounding our school and our students. We implement data-driven instruction, tailoring lessons and intervention. We embrace backwards planning to ensure every activity is purposeful and aligned with the goal of grade-level proficiency. LAN provides invaluable opportunities for collaboration, allowing us to share best practices and refine our craft. LAN listens to our feedback and gives us autonomy to make decisions based on our campus's unique needs, like choosing curriculum that best serves our students. This fosters a sense of trust and ownership, which drives us to give our very best every single day. Personally, LAN has ignited my passion as an educator at a deeper level than ever before. It's become my mission to equip students with the skills and confidence to thrive in a competitive world that often underestimates their potential. Through LAN, I've grown both in confidence and as an effective leader, due in large part to the support of our instructional coaches and our administrators. Today, our students' achievements speak for themselves. LAN schools across the board have shown tremendous growth, even outperforming the district in several key areas. I'm proud to say that Como has grown from an F-rated school to a B-rated campus during our time there. This transformation is proof of what can happen when teachers are supported, students are believed in, and a community comes together with a shared vision. Maintaining your support and expanding LAN would provide more educators with these same opportunities for growth, more students with access to high-quality instruction, and more communities with a renewed sense of pride and potential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emily King is up next, followed by Marilyn Morford and Josephine Niedermeyer.
Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Emily King. I have 5 children within ISD. I have 1 at YMLA, 1 at IM Terrell, and 3 at Ridgely Hills. I have 3 children that have IEPs, 2 that are autistic, and 2 that are dyslexic. One of my daughters has been in the ISD since she was 3 in the ECSC program. From the time she started kindergarten, I begged for her to be tested for dyslexia. I kept getting put off. I saw her struggles, and it wasn't until 2nd grade, after years of being ignored, that she was finally tested and found to be severely dyslexic. Her teachers are fighting for her now, but the gaps are enormous. And even with daily dyslexia intervention, I don't know how she'll be able to catch up with her peers. I'm a parent who shows up. I fight for my children. I advocate, I push. I know the staff at their schools. I know the system, and still I struggle to get my child what she needed. So I ask, what happens to the kids whose parents don't know how to fight? What happens to the children whose families trust that this district is doing its job? I'll tell you, they fall through the cracks completely, because in Fort Worth ISD, if a parent doesn't know exactly what to ask for, if they don't understand the complex web of services and requirements, their child is left behind. Because the district has not prioritized special education, the reality is that there is not enough teachers, there's not enough specialists, there's not enough funding going through these programs. I beg you, as you go through your budgets the next couple of weeks, that you allocate these funds that are so desperately needed. My child can go somewhere if she can learn how to read. Otherwise, she'll live with us forever. It is not enough to acknowledge that there's staffing shortages. There's just not enough, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Marilyn and Josephine, is that right?
Yeah. Hello. Today we are here to. My name is Marilyn Morford, and I'm a 4th grader at Northheim Elementary.
And my name is Josephine Wiedemeyer. I like to be called JoJo. And I'm a 5th grader at North Highmount Elementary. Today we are here to say how important North Highmount is to us. Here are some things that we like to say about it. So there are some very special things that set us apart from different schools. Number one, we have a bilingual community that includes everybody of all different backgrounds, and everybody feels welcome. And we love our small school because everybody gets their personal attention that they need to be able to succeed and accelerate in education. We also have awesome teachers and supporters and amazing PTA, and we love our pyramid. So we also love our parents very much because they're involved in the PTA, and that just keeps on making our school even greater. So please don't close our schools. And we really, really are excited to go to Stripling. And I feel like many schools are being closed, and I know that these aren't final, but just think about all of the people and how hard it must be to hear that your school might be closing. So just think about that.
Especially since you've been in it for like 6 years. I got really attached.
And just please don't close our schools. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just one last time, we'll check for Sarah and Emery Bostick, Deontay Lawrence, and Ann Balcom. No? All right. Well, we want to thank you all for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next up on the agenda, we are going to skip ahead to action item number 5. A, consider and take action to nominate a sole finalist for the position of Superintendent of Schools. Do I have a motion? Trustee Lavanos, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting.
President Martinez, we have to actually name the lone finalist. Sorry.
Sorry, we need a motion for that. So the motion,
If someone could say that they move to nominate and then the name as sole finalist for the position of Superintendent of Schools.
Trustee Lavanos.
I move to nominate Dr. Karen C. Molinar as the sole finalist for the Superintendent of ISD.
And we have a second. Trustee Dar, any discussion? Trustee Bridges?
I love the excitement that we all have towards our new superintendent. And the real work goes on now. And that's all of you in the audience, that every last one of us, that we are going to have to roll up our sleeves. And I'm optimistic because what I've seen in your leadership to bring this city together. But it's not over. And I don't care what section of town that you're in, what area you're in, it is going to call for all of us to roll up our sleeves. Parent, grandmothers, churches, the whole 9 yards. We are in a challenge. But at the same, I'm optimistic that we can meet this challenge. And I thank you so much, Dr. Molinar, for the passion that you've come to this, the sense of optimism, and just a really defined message. And I look forward to seeing some great things happen in this district. Thank you.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Martinez. Dr. Molinar, your 5-month interview has been quite a success, and you have knocked it out of the park. And I am excited. I am optimistic. There is an energy that is not only in me, but in in the people, in all of us that you bring to the table, and I am excited to serve with you as our leader, as our part of our team of 10. And so thank you for that. Thank you for bringing that optimism. And now it's our job to give her the coverage to do the job that needs to be done, not only as a board, but also as a community, and to know that there are hard decisions that will need to be made, and they are made with who I know Karen Molinar to be is someone who always puts students first, and that's critically important. So thank you for your patience over these last few months, but also you knocked that interview out of the park.
Please move to voting. Take a And can we get a verbal vote from Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
Yes, makes that 9-0. So motion passes. Congratulations, Dr. Karen Molinar. The board will take a short recess and we will be back. right. Thank you for your patience during that short recess. We are now moving on to board committee report. Item number 6, are there comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written report? All right, move on. Next on the agenda is the superintendent report, or interim superintendent report. I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar for that report.
Thank you, President Martinez. My favorite part is talking about data, so we're going to dig right in. This is our middle of the year report for our MAP data, and of course this aligns with our priority 1 from our district strategic plan, student academic excellence. Just a reminder that we are committed to 4 priorities in Fort Worth Independent School District: student academic excellence, student and family engagement, employee effectiveness and retention, and operational alignment and efficiency. This evening, we are going to be sharing an update of our middle of the year MAP scores in the areas of reading and math, and then also Algebra 1. You'll see that aligns with the first 5 student academic excellence goal that you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen. And then you'll see where our targets for 2025 are. We are in the middle of the year, but we're going to show you where we are on track, where we need to double down and intervene, and then, of course, our next steps as we progress forward. If you look at 1.5, you'll see that that's our EOCs, our end-of-the-year course exams. For MAP, we only test for algebra, so we'll just be showing algebra scores this evening. For middle of the year MAP, for goal 1.1, early literacy, our grade 3 reading scores here, you'll see that we are currently on track to meet our goal. When we look at our MAP scores and we overlay it with our projections of where we will score at the end of the year for STAR, our baseline goal is 33%. And when we look at our middle of the year MAP data, we are currently sitting at a 35% projection goal for our students in grade 3. As promised, you'll see that we have our subgroup data listed below. I would like everyone to take note that our all is at 35%, and you can see where we're starting to close our gaps for our African American students at 32%, our Hispanic students at 30%, whereas our white is still at 66%, and of course our special ed is at 16%. Not where we need to be, but I'm very proud to see our African American students starting to close that gap. I went back and I looked at our 2024 STAR results. You'll see as entire district for grade 3, we were looking at 32%. So I pulled our African American students. So at the end of last year for STAR, our African American students were sitting at 23% for grade 3. We already are seeing them at middle of the year projection at 32%. We still want to see them grow even higher. However, we know with the right interventions in place that we can make a difference for our students. 1.2 is early math. You'll see that our target is at 32%. For middle of the year, we're at 29%. I do not consider that on target because I want to already be meeting our goal for our projections. However, we have seen some growth when we're looking at our middle of the year. This is an area of concern for our grade 3 math, but what this tells us is at this time of the year, we need to put more intensive and strategic and explicit interventions in place around the area of math. So this is what we want our data to show us. When we have looked at our middle of the year data before, we didn't do any systemic interventions and targets to make a change in the data. However, we have already committed that our MOI data will change where we're deploying some of our interventions and supports out to our campuses. Our 1.3 middle years literacy, this is our grades 6 through 8 reading. You'll see that we are currently on track. When we look at our middle of the year projections, our baseline for the end of the year is 32%. We are already past that at a 41% for our 6 through 8 reading. And this course, this is MAP data. This is not STAR data, but we are looking at the projections in the overlay for our growth. Are all students at 41. When you look at our African American students and Hispanic at 35 and 38%, we still have that large gap with our white students at 67, and then our special ed students at 15%. Our next steps will, of course, will include reviewing our support systems and interventions out at our middle schools and looking in the areas of our 6 through 8 reading. Our 1.4 middle years math, we have a target at 22%. We are just showing 22%. I still said that's not on track for me. I would like that to be above our end of the year target. And really what was concerning at this point at 22%, our African American students are still at 14% and our special ed is at 8% as well. We are just meeting this, and so this is another example of where we know we need to intervene in our middle schools in our area. This is our algebra. Just a reminder, 1.5, when we look at our target, it includes all of our EOCs, biology and English 1, including algebra. However, this evening, we're just sharing algebra scores. We have our middle of the year at 36%. And when we pulled our STAR data for first-time testers last year, we were at district at 19%, and our African-American students were at 11%. You can see tremendous gains for our Algebra 1 middle of the year data. This is huge for our first-time algebra testers. So we are making gains in our area of algebra. This is a beginning of the year from middle of the year progression. Just as a reminder, when we take our beginning of the year, our students are entering about the second week of school. We start doing our BOI testing beginning of the year. And then, of course, right after we return from winter break, we start our middle of the year. When we did our intervention groups, so we've been running our intervention groups where we reallocated our work resources and put our support staff on campuses 2 to 3 days a week. We're about 5 weeks in of consistent implementation of those interventions. So we're not seeing that grow in our middle of the year data yet at this time because it's still very new. However, you'll see in a little bit when we do some comparison scores where we know it is making a difference. So this is your grades reading 3 through 8. And just as a reminder, this is good data for us to know that as we are doing and we are intervening, we are seeing some gains in our master's level, as well as when we're looking at our meets level, we're moving them into that master's. So now we need to look at our approaches and did not meet. This is our math grades through 8, and as you saw in the prior slides, this is where our math is definitely an area where we need to start focusing on in addition to literacy. And you'll see our middle of the year where we did make gains from our beginning of the year projections in the area. And we actually were stagnant in the area of meets as well as approaches, and even went down 1 percentage point in a master's. Here's your Algebra 1, and this is the beginning. This is all students for our BOY to MOY, where we are seeing an increase in our master's grade level, where we're moving our students to a higher percentage. This is the data that shows how when we intervene and we reallocate resources and we monitor and we look at what is working for students and we deploy our support staff to work with our students at our campuses, what we can see really happen to show teacher spotlights and growth. This one here is our map growth just for our teachers in elementary grades, literacy grades 1 through 5. We are not where we need to be as a district. However, we need to celebrate our teachers that are showing tremendous gains. So here you'll see in grades 1 through 5, we just chose our top 5 teachers that we see with 15 or more students to show the growth they made from beginning of the year to middle of the year. Here's some examples. In Nathan Howe Elementary, Ms. Blanco Davis in first grade, 100% of her students are meeting or exceeding growth by the middle of the year. That is fantastic. Alice Contreras, Miss Kettner, first grade, almost 87% of her students meeting or exceeding growth for middle of the year. Seminary Hills Park, Miss Alvarez, third grade, 86% of her students, 85.7, meeting or exceeding. Alice Contreras, Miss Villalobos, I probably did not pronounce that one right, Villalobos, thank you. Second grade, 83.3%. And Burton Hill Elementary, Miss Mesa, fourth grade, 82.4%. That is amazing to highlight these teachers and to celebrate our elementary teachers who are meeting and exceeding that growth. So we want to say a special thank you to them. There's lots more on the list. I just took the top 5. So I know I'm going to get emails. So I did not say everyone's name. This is just the top 5. But this is what we need to do as a district. We have to celebrate, find where it's happening, and then spotlight them and also replicate what they're doing in their classrooms. Secondary. This one is in the area of secondary math. And we just showed our scores. We know that's definitely a content area we need to focus on. From Marine Creek, Miss Carter, 9th grade math. She has 89.6, almost 90% of her students, which would be algebra in 9th grade, meeting or exceeding growth middle of the year. Fantastic, Miss Carter. INA, Miss Montoya, 9th grade math, 80.8%, 81% of her students meeting or exceeding. Benbrook Middle High School, Mr. Hike, 7th grade math, 76.9% of his students. Marine Creek again, Miss Engel, 9th grade, 76.2, and then McLean Middle School, Miss Hunter, 7th grade, 74.1. So we definitely want to highlight and tell them thank you for the work they're doing in the area of math, secondary math at this time. For academic support update, in November, I believe it was, I announced that we would be taking our support staff, our campus instructional coaches, as well as some of our specialists and coordinators, and having them work on our campuses doing intervention groups. At this point, about 5 weeks of consistent implementation of those targeted groups. We have over 10,648 total support hours as of February the 10th. So that's almost a week behind. So that's even grown since then. Sessions-wise, we have over 17,000 support sessions that have happened over the last 5 weeks. You'll see it broken down in the pie chart by content area. Of course, we're focusing on literacy, with math being our second content area for intervention groups. This also includes support staff that campuses may have for their Title I funding. Some of our campuses are utilizing teachers like their support personnel, their fine arts teachers, their librarians, anyone that has a block of time within their schedule, they're working with our students and they're documenting them. That's data you're ready to see in the next slide shows it works when you deploy support staff to go and work with our students. 2,661 students have been impacted since we have started this reallocation as of February the 10th. Over 2,661 of our students are getting specialized support that they did not have before. We took our participating schools and we pulled out our data to see our students without tutoring and our students with tutoring on those campuses. Reading and English, 42% is our district overall. Our students who have been receiving that academic intensive support are at 47%. They are above our district average. 7 percentage point differences by adults working with students in those support sessions. That is amazing what we can do. We did this in 5 weeks. 5 weeks, Fort Worth ISD. This is what we saw in 5 weeks. Think if we did this year-round for our students and did it more content area, more students, more grade levels. Reading in Spanish. District overall, 51%. Students without tutoring. Students with tutoring, 52%. They grew 1 percentage point. And we need to be realistic. It's hard to have support staff that are bilingual to be able to support our bilingual students. So we don't have as many support staff. But to grow a percentage point when you look at our students with or without tutoring, that is still a gain for us. In math, district overall average, 44%. Students without tutoring, 43%. Our students with tutoring, 48%, a 5 percentage gain. And we saw in our overall data is math is definitely an area that we're still not seeing the gains in from beginning to middle of the year. And then for science, a 3-point percentage gain from 47% students without tutoring to 50%. And this is just our participating schools that we're tracking. This is all hands on deck, but what else can we do? So now we have our middle of the year. I guarantee our campuses will have more inputting their data and more support staff that may have those available blocks or after school tutoring. We know it does make a difference when we intervene with our students in small groups. Small group learning and intervention and instruction does make a difference for our students. Our tutoring intervention spotlight, I want to celebrate our support staff. You know, they went out, their job duties changed to be able to go out and support our students. And Hubbard Heights Elementary, for elementary, 3 different staff members there, 413 hours of support with 68 students in just 5 weeks. 413 hours. That's with the winter break, the holiday seasons coming in, with second semester, they still were committed. Helping Elementary, instructional coach, Ms. Galvan, 388 hours, 66 students alone by herself that she is impacting. Diamond Hill Elementary, Ms. Hill, instructional coach, 180 hours of support for 38 students. And we look at South Highmount, Ms. Holmes, 158 hours of support, impacting 48 students. So we need to celebrate our instructional coaches and our other support personnel who took this on and are not only meeting our expectations, but exceeding them with the amount of hours that they're putting in for our students. Our secondary celebrations and spotlights. Secondary, all right. Western Hills High School, 7 staff members at Western Hills High School, amazing. 309 hours of support, impacting 102 students at Western Hills High School. Thank you, Western Hills support staff. High school's hard. Their schedule's hard to find the times, the blocks. It's hard to, you pull them out because they're, we gotta worry about their credits and their seat time. That's amazing that 7 staff members at Western Hills alone are supporting their students, 102 students. Southwest High School, Ms. Shriver, instructional coach, 232 hours, 52 students alone by herself in the secondary and high school. And then JP Elder Middle School, Ms. Martinez, instructional coach. This is amazing. 50 students, 444 hours that she has committed to our students. So we need to celebrate not only these instructional coaches, but all of them who have stepped up and asked them to work with our students. So what do we need our parents to know? We're going all in. We're putting our support staff out there. We need our parents to know you have resources as well as at home. When we show you what we can do when we're pulling and intervening, there's other things that our parents can do at home. We've showed you the resources before. If you look below at the different options, you have a parent checklist, how to help my child prepare, a parent tool conferencing, as well as a sample STAR content where you can actually look at a STAR test and go over questions with your student, make them used to testing, make them feel comfortable. But sometimes as a parent, we need to know what that test looks like as well. And then we have online practice tests as well for our parents to be able to do. And then you need to ask yourself, parents, did you get a middle of the year report that we're getting ready to show you a sample of? Yesterday, we had our first ever district-wide parent-teacher conference day. I was getting text messages, I was getting emails, just celebrating from parents, teachers, principals, just saying what a great day it was. We need to keep this in place and how we can make it better. Here is a sample of the MAP family report. This one is a sample report that MAP does already generate. If you'll look here, look at the bottom, and I know it's hard for you to see. At the bottom right part of the screen, it says the student is likely to be, and it gives you a projection right there for that student. Meet on STAR if it's taken in spring 2025. So a parent can already know if if their student is projected to meet on the STAR assessment in the area of reading. It gives you a lot of information here. Where in the winter has your student grown in the average achievement level? And then when you look on the right-hand side, what does that percentile mean, a high growth? With this report on the back, our parents also have the directions of what each of these blocks mean. So our parents, if you have not received your report, please ask your school for this report. We have them ready for you. We're able to access them. It can be emailed to you if you don't want to send home with your child, but we have the tools to share where each student is at. The next report, our assessment team, they were able to generate these reports, and this is like a glimpse of what our dashboard, the type of information it may be able to give us and as well as parents one day. Once after tonight, we pass it, we start building our dashboard, but here's a glimpse of what this can look like. This is what our parents received. We had these reports created, we got feedback, we went back. Nancy Stixel and her team and our assessment, they have been working very hard on these reports. Every student has a individual report. This one here shows STAR and Benchmark, Dreambox, which is, of course, one of our resources that we use for our students. Lexia, what's their Lexile score? Our quarterly assessments we implemented this year, how well the student's doing. And then look down at the very bottom on the right-hand side. You'll see this is for pre-K only. This is the type of data tracking that we need to do for every single student in our district to move forward. When you look at our pre-K only, rapid letter naming, are they on track? Phonemic awareness, are they monitoring, listening, math overall, operations? And then this report also has directions to, as a companion, what does each of these things mean? What is your child doing? But this is what our students, our teachers, and our parents engaged in yesterday, this type of level of data sheets. I had to bring some pictures, and our comms team went out, and they went to multiple schools, but you'll see here, just so you can see it if you believe it, Seminary Hills Park Elementary. You'll see we have a parent and teacher engaged in conferencing yesterday, and if you look on the table, you see the customized reports. So we did it, we built it, they came, and we delivered it. So this is when we're talking about transparency and accountability. This is what we want to see. This is what we need to deliver to every parent. We support our parents and our students. This is the customer service we're providing. Here is OD Wyatt. I love this one because it includes the student, a high school student, coming to a parent-teacher conference on a Monday to OD Wyatt with his father, and what does he have in his hand? His report. That is an engaged parent with an engaged teacher and a student who cares about their own education. So I just want to really give a shout out to everyone who made that parent-teacher conference day, make it possible yesterday. What a great way for us to start our week off knowing that our parents and students and teachers were engaging all together. Off note, I was at Leonard yesterday afternoon, and I was talking to the Fort Worth, the after school teacher who was also utilizing that time with parents coming in to enroll additional students in their after school program. So I stopped and I chatted with him, and he was like, I got extra students. You know, I was talking to the parents, they signed them up, they enrolled. This is the power of taking a day and having parents come into our schools. So now I have a student and a parent engaged in their learning, and now they're going to get extra support in their after-school program at Leonard Middle School. So we need your feedback. How did we do yesterday with the parent-teacher conference day? This QR code was given to all of our parents who participated. There's one in English and the Spanish, and then our teachers. How can we improve? How can we make it better? What do you need more support with? We want to know, because we want to continue doing parent conference days, but how can we get better at it? It was our first go-around, continuous improvement. All of us can get better. So I just want to thank our board, our leading and learning team for allowing us to take that day and turn it into something else. But more importantly, our teachers for engaging and just really digging in with our parents and our students yesterday. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the report? Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Martinez, and thank you for the support, Dr. Molinar. I am very excited to see the gains that are being made in reading and literacy. I know a lot of hard work is going into making that happen, and I know that there's a lot of hard work going into math scores, and yet they're not coming up the way that we would like them to. And you mentioned that we need to be putting more explicit interventions into place. Can you elaborate a little bit on explicit interventions that are going to be put in place in order to support not only our math students, but our math teachers?
Yeah, so when we first started our interventions, we knew we wanted to concentrate on course literacy as well as math, especially in the middle school area. We pulled different resources. Now we need to go back and look at what resources we're asking our intervention support teams to utilize, especially in that areas of math, the alignment with those resources, and to see if they need additional training as well. Our instructional coaches, everyone's always stronger in one content or another. I was a teacher, but I was a lot stronger in literacy than I would have been if I was a math teacher. So we need to make sure we also are providing support to the teachers, that they also have the knowledge base to be able to intervene with our math students. But then it's also looking at, do we have the right students in front of us? When we looked at, we picked our groups before, we used interim assessments, STAR results from 2024, and beginning of the year. Now we have the middle of the year data, which is a lot more in real time. So we're able to look at our groupings now to see, do we have the right students with the right person intervening in a small group of them.
Thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
On, excuse me, page 15, love seeing the growth with the students who had a tutor working with them. What kind of nuggets could we pull out to say, hey, these are some things that we know that's really, really working, and then doing that?
So what's working is when you put a qualified teacher in front of a student in a small group, and you're able to engage with them, and we see that. What we need to do is expand on it. We need to look at our resources as a whole, and how can we, going into budget season, and we look at reallocating our resources and our staffing to do more of intentional work with our students on campuses to be able to see this type of growth. That's happening. Something else that we'll be rolling out, I've been working with Read to Win to put them into our elementary schools, and I'm looking at our elementary schools with the highest enrollment African American students in first and second grade, using their middle of the year data to see which campuses need the most support. And Sultan Cole with Read to Win is working on volunteers to bring a program in for the remaining of this school year to help us intervene in first and second grade on those identified campuses.
And with this group, how often did they meet with the students?
So it varies between 2 to 3 times a week, depending on the schedule of the student, because we do not want to pull that student out of a core content area. This is not also a consequence where we want them to lose recess or a fine arts. So we're very intentional that our expectation is that student. Now, If we have a classroom where we have a substitute for some reason, or a teacher maybe that's struggling, and the student is better to be pulled out during a targeted time, then of course we look at that, and that's a campus administrator decision.
And you may have said this, and I might have missed it. Was it 1-on-1 or 1 to 3?
We have a max, I believe it's five students. Yeah, 5 students per adult, no more than 5.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, trustees? All right, thank you, Dr. Molinar. Next up, we are at number 8, comments by board members or interim superintendent on current district activities and announcements. Are there any comments from the trustees? Trustee Dr. Ryan?
Well, first, I'd like to recognize a really wonderful person that worked for our district, Jennifer Martin. She's the instrumental specialist for Fort Worth ISD, focusing on orchestra and mariachi. And this last week, we had the Texas Music Educators Association Convention and Conference, and she was voted in as president-elect of TMEA. And it's really nice to note that we've had 6 people from Fort Worth ISD in various jobs that have all been president of TMEA. And I don't want to miss this. Right next to her is Jessie Cannon, our Director of Fine Arts, and Jessie just stepped down as president of TMEA and did a fantastic job at the convention.
Trustee Dar?
Yes, there are some great things happening in District 6 high schools, and I want to give a shout out to our South Hills High School wrestling team, who had a very successful year. Coach Patrick Calzada and Haley Harp is a student who is a wrestler on their team. She placed 6th in the state. Her goal was to get on the podium, and she did just that, despite an injured shoulder and an injured ankle. So kudos to Haley for her tenacity and her perseverance, and for getting up on that podium. Another shout out to Southwest High School, whose their video and news production just racked up the awards this past week. I think it was this past weekend at the Skills USA competition. This team and this program continues to amaze and inspire me. It is really amazing. They won 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place awards in the video news production, 1st place in ad design, 2nd place in photography, 3rd place in audio production, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place in pin design, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place in t-shirt design, 1st place in career pathways in arts and AV cluster, 1st place in the promotional bulletin board, and 3rd place in extemporaneously, I can't even say it, ironically enough, in extemporaneous speaking, 3rd place in community service. And a huge thank you from Mr. Hadd, Mr. Woods, and from Darcy McCready, who is their the head of that program, for supporting these students and the programs. And these are just remarkable kids. Every time I'm on campus and have a chance to interact with these students, I leave better because of my interaction with them. And then I also want to say thank you to our Southwest High School show choir for hosting the Cowtown Invitational, Show Choir Invitational, the largest show choir invitational in North Texas. It was amazing. My sister and I went, and we watched them perform at 11 p.m. That is how committed I was to wanting to see them perform, and I did not regret it because they did not disappoint. They're amazing, and I highly recommend any opportunity you might have to see them. Thank you.
Any other comments, trustees? Trustee Bridges?
Fort Worth had a huge loss, for those who know or don't know, that Judge Clifford Davis passed, who had reached 100 years. I remember when I was when my children were younger, and I would read to them stories, about different folks from Martin Luther King or different folks, and they would always say, "Man, it'd be so great to meet them and sit down and have a conversation with them." And many of our students, the loss that we had with someone who is on that same status, plus some of the great things that he's done. And he's been able to walk with so many of our students side by side. And I was on a program about 3 weeks ago, and he spoke before me, and my mind was like, wow, I got to come behind him. And he was 100 years old, so it was just a great loss that we have, and just to recognize what a great individual we have in Judge Clifford Davis. The other event that we had, Holly B Elementary School celebrated their 100 days of school. And as you can see, the little kids, they took this pretty serious, had their dressing up in their grandma's outfits and stuff, and watching them, and I recognized, wow, I'm not that far from the 100 thing now. So no, but it's just to see them and the excitement they had. We had a wonderful time. Thank you.
Trustee Dar?
No.
Oh, you're done? Okay. Dr. Molnar?
Yes, we have a short video just to piggyback off of Trustee Wallace Bridges. As Fort Worth ISD, we celebrate Black History Month district-wide. We're so honored to pay tribute to a true Fort Worth ISD legend, Judge Clifford Davis. In wake of his passing, we remember his remarkable life and his legacy. Judge Davis made a lasting impact on both our district and the entire city of Fort Worth. So we want to take a moment to celebrate him and his contributions with a short video that highlights just a small part of his lasting influence that will carry on in our school district.
I think all people continue to learn throughout their life because circumstances are changing throughout your life. And let me call your attention to an art piece that's on the wall in the hall, and I want you to go by there and read that. Education is the
Pathway to a world of opportunity.
The more education you have, the more opportunities you have to show your talent and work for the general welfare of the total community.
Thank you. Any other comments by trustees? I have a statement to read regarding the Northside High School investigation. The first week of December, the district launched a second investigation conducted by an independent law firm regarding allegations of discrimination and inappropriate behavior at the Northside High School and Arlington Heights High School football game earlier this year. This investigation has now been completed. This week, district administration will meet with the original complainant to share the findings and conclusions of the investigation. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the students, parents, and staff who participated in the investigation interviews, some of whom were interviewed multiple times. Your cooperation and courage are deeply appreciated. At Fort Worth ISD, we are committed to fostering a safe, positive, and respectful environment for all students, staff, and community members. We will share more information at a later date to ensure that those directly affected are informed first. The time is now 8:07 p.m. The date is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
Fort Worth ISD celebrates the legacy of Christine Chadwick Moss,
I look forward to working with you all.
a trailblazer in education and a dedicated public servant. Elected in 1990 to represent District 3, Ms. Moss made history as the first female African-American board president. Her commitment to education was further recognized when she earned the title of Master School Board Trustee from the Texas Association of School Boards. In 2001, the former Eastland Elementary School, built in 1957, was renamed Christine C. Moss Elementary in her honor. The campus serves approximately 400 students in pre-K through 5th grade and has previously been recognized by the Texas Education Agency for its excellence. Christine C. Moss continues to inspire the students and staff at her namesake school. In 2016, the school expanded its commitment to early childhood education by adding new facilities to enhance its pre-K program. As we celebrate Black History Month, we honor Christine C. Moss and her dedication to reshaping the educational landscape and creating opportunities for future generations.
And it's a beautiful day. This is a reschedule of the Martin Luther King Parade because on the original day in January, it was going to be below 20 and the wind chill was going to be in the teens.
Representing Martin Luther King, like what he did and what he brought together. Being together is like better than being separated.
When I'm marching, there's an intense feeling of it doesn't have to be perfect. But if you don't feel your music, the crowd doesn't move for you.
I gotta like strive to like do as best as I can, as least nervous as I can possibly can be.
About how hard they work and how successful they are. And to be able to not only celebrate the life of Martin Luther King, but to be able to show the community what they're working on, how they're playing, how the programs have grown, and how much talent we have in Fort Worth ISD.
I was born in 1924. So this year, on my birthday, which is October the 12th, I will reach 100. I think all people continue to learn throughout their life because circumstances are changing throughout your life. And let me call your attention to an art piece that's on the wall in the hall, and I want you to go by there and read that. Education is the
Pathway to a world of opportunity.
The more education you have, the more opportunities you have to show your talent and work for the general welfare of the total community.
Mariachi education is rich in the state of Texas, and it's very rich in Fort Worth ISD. These students have to sing and play their instruments. They have to memorize everything. They have to manage microphones, and they have to do it all at once.
Parents are here to watch the students, to see the emotion that comes out of the parents because one, they're proud that they're performing, but also just to see that connection. A lot of the parents, when you talk to them, it reminds them of their parents and them growing up.
I hope I get my notes correctly, and I hope everybody just has a wonderful time.
I take away the joy and the love of singing and playing and being part of a group.
This music is their heritage. These students, whatever they do after high school, after college, whatever their plans are, this is preparing them to be a success.
We are excited to be here at the District Service Center to bring you the Whiz Quiz Finals live. We have 3 exciting final matches for you tonight. We begin all the action with Benbrook facing off against Daggett Montessori. Immediately following the 6th grade match, we have the middle school finals.
In those finals, we will see YMLA take on Applied Learning Academy.
We will end the action tonight with Benbrook facing off I Am Terrell. So keep it right here because we are about to have a fun night of learning.
It's time to get it all started. Let's play Whiz Quiz!
For 10 points each, name this opera. Third bonus question.
Now that was a mental workout.
Welcome to the finals. Is everybody ready?
It's time to play the sport of knowledge. Welcome to the Fort Worth ISD Whiz Quiz.
That is correct.
Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Whiz Quiz 6th grade finals. I'm Kamora Joseph.
And I'm Yana Stumer. And set to face off the championship are Benbrook and Daggett Montessori.
And rocking it between rounds is the Southwest Jazz Band Ensemble. Please give them a round of applause.
We are joined here by school board member Andar.
Andar, we have a few questions for you. Okay.
Whiz Quiz is known as the sport of knowledge. And how does this represent FWISD's best?
Oh, one of my very favorite things to do is watch kids shine, and this is an opportunity to see them show us all that they've learned and all the hard work that they've done, and really shine, and to bring it to the best of the audience so that we can see how wonderful they are. Because students here in Fort Worth ISD are fantastic.
Right. Thank you. That's great. And what are you most proud of Fort Worth ISD in the community?
In Fort Worth ISD, I'm most proud of the incredibly diverse and rich opportunities that our students have, whether it's media presentation or whether it's Whiz Quiz or whether it's athletics or some form of whatever it is that they're interested in. So I'm really proud of the different things that they have an opportunity to be a part of. And then in our community, I am just really proud of the way that our community is rallying behind our schools and supporting our schools, because educating kids takes more than teachers in classrooms and principals in buildings. It takes everybody coming together to make sure that we are creating the future for our city.
I'm proud of Fort Worth ISD too.
Good.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And now the action really kicks in.
And helping us with the action is Fort Worth native and alumnus of Fort Worth ISD, Mark Istuk. Mark is a 4-time Emmy-winning anchor of Daybreak on WFAA. You name it, Mark has done it. News, sports, entertainment, even weather.
That's what makes him a perfect quiz master for tonight's matches. Here's our moderator, Whiz Quiz alumnus, Mark Istuk. Take us to round 1, Mark.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate that introduction, and want to thank all of our competitors this evening. Let's hear a round of applause again for our students. I'm especially excited to be here, not just because it is way past my bedtime and I get to stay up late for a good cause, but also because I am a Fort Worth ISD alum. I am a graduate of Southwest High School, and I went to Wedgwood Middle School and West Creek Elementary School. So it is cool to be able to see all of these kids up here engaging in Whiz Quiz tonight, just like I did when I was a middle schooler. So again, pretty cool to be back here tonight, and excited to be joined by all the folks at the table. And where is our moderator this evening, Audrey? Oh, not here. All right. Well, Michael Flouchet is, though. I want to introduce Michael, who is our scorekeeper, the Director of Gifted and Talented Services, and our Whiz Quiz Director, and also the guy who's making sure that I don't make any mistakes tonight.
The best I can. Yeah.
So, again, I want to congratulate our teams for making it to this evening, and we would love to get to know you guys. So I'm going to start from left to right, starting with Benbrook. Have you pushed the button right there to turn the mic on, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself?
My name is Grant Norman. My name is Layden Hilbert. My name is Gabriel Traska. My name is Ian McFadden.
Over here to Daggett Montessori. We'll start with you, young man.
My name is Oliver Zachary.
My name is Eleanor Krishna.
My name is Adelie Trena. My name is Lucy Baldwin.
All right. Well, thank you for those introductions, and we are about to get started. For those in the audience that are unfamiliar with our format tonight, the questions are worth 10 points each. Whichever team gets the question answered correctly, they will have an opportunity to answer 3 bonus questions, also worth 10 points. And if a team just happens to be really on the spot and they can buzz in early before I reach a predetermined point in that question, there are 5 bonus points. So they could get 15 points for that initial question. Are you guys ready? Okay, let's begin. Our first question this evening. Teams, get ready. In 2012, at the Oklahoma Capitol, a granite monument to this collection was installed with 2 spelling mistakes. A 1956 Cecil B. DeMille film, named for this text, featured a dramatic scene on Mount Nebo and starred Yul Brynner as Ramses II. A 2024 Louisiana law requires all public schools to display this document as a poster with a large font. Lin-Manuel Miranda.
The 12 Commandments?
That is incorrect. Yes, Benbrook.
The 10 Commandments?
The 10 Commandments is the correct answer. The 10 Commandments. Now to the bonus questions. Answer the following questions about Moses' life before he received the 10 Commandments for 10 points each. After fleeing to Midian, Moses meets this Levite priest, his brother.
Captain, time.
Elijah?
The answer was Aaron. Aaron was the answer we were looking for. The next bonus question. When Moses and Aaron confront Pharaoh, they turn their staffs into this animal. This reptile is most commonly associated with Eve's temptation in the Garden of Eden.
Snakes?
Snake or serpent, we would accept. Yes. 10 points. On Mount Horeb, God provides Moses his staff and reveals his name after appearing in this specific form.
A burning bush?
A burning bush is correct. Congratulations. Another 10 points.
Could I hop in here just
Please.
for clarity? Feel free, Captain. You can keep your microphone on in the case of bonus questions. Okay, just leave it on the whole time, and then we'll turn it off when we're done. So I will clear out the boxes and get ready for the next question.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right, our second question. Composer Gustav Holst featured an offstage women's chorus in a piece representing this mystical body. Albion and Eris are smaller bodies that orbit beyond this ice giant. Astronomer John Adams used math to predict the existence of this planet that, due to a methane atmosphere, appears greenish blue. Proteus and Triton are moons of this planet that is 57 times larger. Benbrook.
Neptune?
Neptune is correct for 10 points. Moving on to your bonus questions. Neptune, the Mystic, is the last of the 7 movements composed by Holst as part of his suite, The Planets. For 10 points each, answer the following about the first movement. Holst composed this militaristic first movement before the start of World War I and called its planet the Bringer of War.
Mars?
Mars is correct. Your next question. John Williams borrowed from Mars, Bringer of War, for this Imperial March on the soundtrack to this 1977 film and first in its franchise.
A New Hope?
Did he say A New Hope?
Yeah, he said A New Hope.
Yes, that's part of it.
Okay, Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. Boy, their eyes lit up when they knew the answer, though, I'll tell you what. If only Luke Skywalker could see you now. In 2006, Hans Zimmer was sued for copying music from Mars, Bringer of War, for the battle music in this Russell Crowe movie. This movie's sequel was released in 2024 and stars Pedro Pascal.
The Last Jedi?
That is incorrect. The answer is Gladiator. Moving on to our third question. The Vizier, Ai and Horemheb competed to marry the Queen Ankhesenamun following this man's untimely death, resulting from severe malaria. This son of Akhenaten moved the capital of his empire from Amarna to Memphis and changed his name after restoring the worship of Amun. The tomb and treasures of this pharaoh, who died from malaria, were discovered in the Valley of the Kings by Howard Carter.
King Tutankhamun.
That is the correct answer. King Tut. Bonus questions. Tut's restoration of Amun worship returned polytheism to ancient Egypt. Answer these questions about Egyptian gods for 10 points each. Amun was the new kingdom name for Ra, the god of this celestial body. Ra travels in a barge with this luminous celestial body through the Duat after crossing the sky.
The sun.
That is correct. Next question. Ra was often combined with this sky god, as both were depicted with the heads of falcons.
Captain, time.
No answer.
The answer we were looking for was Horus. The next question. The name Ra-Hor Akti describes the sun god as the Horus of two of these locations. In Egyptian mythology, the Akhet contains two mountains that mark these locations where the sun rises and sets.
Captain,
no answer.
time.
Horizon. Horizon was the answer we were looking for. Moving on to our fourth question. Hands ready? In 2024, Tom White, an agent for this organization, convinces Ernest Burkhart to testify in the Osage murders trial. Agents from this government organization engaged in a 1992 shootout with Randall Weaver at Ruby Ridge. Camel Pro surveilled civil rights leaders on the orders of the first director of this agency, J. Edgar Hoover. For 10 points.
The
Finbrook.
FBI.
Yes, FBI was the answer we were looking for. Moving to your bonus questions. Journalist David Gran attributed the birth of the FBI to the Osage murders in his book, Killers of the Flower Moon. For 10 points each. Killers of the Flower Moon takes place in this Sooner States town of Fairfax. In the 2020 McGirt case, the Supreme Court designated 3 million acres of land, including part of this state's city of Tulsa, as tribal land.
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma is correct. Bill Hale, a Fairfax civic leader, was found guilty of orchestrating the Osage murders to secure land containing the crude form of this fossil fuel.
Oil.
Oil is correct. Tom White replaced Hoover as the lead investigator in the Osage case after Hoover's informant, Blackie Thompson, became this type of outlaw. Bonnie and Clyde were notorious examples of these criminals.
Captain, time.
No answer.
Bank robbers was the answer we were looking for. All right, hands ready on the buzzers. Moving on to our fifth question. Prior to the Iliad, this Greek figure killed all the sons of Laomedon, except for Priam during a sack of Troy. In works by Hesiod and Aeschylus, this mythological figure killed the eagle torturing Prometheus. While in service of the king Eurystheus, this Greek hero obtained Hippolyta's belt and cleaned the Aegean stables as part.
Hercules.
Hercules is the answer we were looking for. Moving on to our bonus questions. Robert Ducat began work on a Hercules room in 1710, commissioned by a French emperor. For 10 points each, the Salon de Hercule was commissioned by Louis XIV for this palace, located approximately 11 miles west of Paris, where the treaty ending World War I was signed.
Captain, time.
We were looking for Versailles. The next question. The most popular room in Versailles is a grand gallery filled with these reflective glass objects.
Mirrors.
Mirrors is correct. The Hall of Mirrors was a setting of an historic proclamation formally unifying this nation in 1871. The Treaty of Versailles held this nation responsible for starting World War I.
Germany.
Germany is correct. Buzzers ready. Moving on to our sixth question. A prequel to this series takes place during the Dark Days. It tells the story of Lucy Gray Baird's mentorship.
The Hunger Games.
That's 15 points.
Hunger Games is correct, and you get the 5-point bonus. Now to your bonus questions. Collins drew inspiration from Greek mythology in the formulation of the Hunger Games. For 10 points each, The idea of children forced to compete and die came from King Minos' requirement that 7 boys and 7 girls from Athens be sent into this maze-like structure to be hunted down by the Minotaur.
The labyrinth.
The labyrinth is correct. This Greek hero slays the Minotaur, but forgets to change his sails when returning to Athens, bringing about his father Aegeus' suicide. A philosophical proposition about his ship questions the concept of originality.
Perseus.
The answer is Theseus. King Minos' labyrinth is supposedly located on this Greek island, home to a bull-jumping cooler and the palace of Knossos.
Crete.
Crete is correct. Buzzers ready? Our 7th question. The Guinness World Record for cooking the largest vegetarian burger belongs to this Mr. Beast is correct.
And 15 points. Wow.
You get the bonus as well. Someone watches YouTube. Now to the bonus questions. Mold is not the only risky foodborne pathogen. For 10 points each, answer the following about another food pathogen. In December of 2024, the FDA recalled certain vegetables infected with the Typhimurium strain of this pathogen. This bacteria takes its name from a scientist, not a fish.
E. coli.
We were looking for salmonella. That December recall targeted these vegetables produced in Sonora, Mexico. In VeggieTales, Larry is one of these vegetables.
A cucumber.
Cucumber is correct. The CDC estimates that 1 in 25 packages of this food contain salmonella. Taking cuts from this food, such as drumettes and tenders, releases salmonella from under the skin.
Chicken.
Chicken is correct. Buzzers ready? Our 8th question. This man founded the guinea worm eradication program and partnered with Michael Jackson on the Atlanta Project to vaccinate school children. This man signed SALT II and brokered the Camp David Accords between Israel and Palestine. As president, this man returned to the...
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter is correct. Our bonus questions. As a Navy officer, Jimmy Carter successfully prevented the meltdown of the Chalk River Laboratories nuclear power plant. For 10 points each, the Chalk River Laboratories plant was located at Deep River, 110 miles north of Ottawa, in this country.
Canada.
Canada is correct. Unlike Chalk River Laboratories, Soviet nuclear engineers were unable to prevent the 1986 meltdown of reactor number 4 in this exclusion zone located near Pripyat, Ukraine.
Defer to Grant. Chernobyl.
Yes, he deferred to another.
Oh, deferred. I didn't hear. Thank you. Yes, Chernobyl is the correct answer. Pardon me. Our final bonus in this category. The meltdown at Chernobyl produced this phenomenon, a cloud of radioactive particles which deposited radiation as far away as Canada. This phenomenon shares its name with a post-apocalyptic video game set in California.
Fallout.
Fallout is correct. Hands on the buzzers. Here's question 9. Pardon me. The City of Capitals complex, the Ostankino Tower, and the Seven Sisters skyscrapers are prominent features of this city's skyline. This European city is connected via the MCAD Ring Road and a series of opulently decorated subway stations, like Revolution Square. Lenin's tomb is located at Red Square in this former Soviet city. Yes, Daggett?
Time.
In this former Soviet city. For 10 points, Vladimir Putin governs from the Kremlin in this city, the capital of Russia. Yes.
Moscow.
Moscow is correct. Moving on to the bonus. Moscow is the new home of the Assads after the collapse of their dictatorship in Syria. For 10 points each, Asma al-Assad, the former first lady of the Syrian dictatorship, has been compared to this literary figure, the power-hungry wife of a Shakespearean thane.
Captain.
No answer.
Lady Macbeth. Lady Macbeth encourages her husband to kill King Duncan, allowing Macbeth to ascend the throne of this Highlands nation.
England.
We were looking for Scotland. Macbeth receives a prophecy of his downfall from these three characters who craft a potion in Act 4, Scene 1, Act 3 rather, 4, sorry, my Roman numerals are off. In Act 4, Scene 1, using a bubbling cauldron.
No answer.
We were looking for witches or the Weird Sisters. Moving on to our 10th question. Impervious surfaces prevent underground sources of this resource from recharging. This resource moves through a plant and into the atmosphere in the process of transpiration. At intermediate levels of salinity, this resource is classified as brackish.
Water.
Water is correct. Moving on to your bonus questions. Answer these questions about clouds for 10 points each. Cirrus clouds are made of water in this form. Deposition transforms water vapor into this form.
Gas.
We were looking for ice. Clouds regulate Earth's temperature by increasing its albedo, which quantifies how much this process occurs. Light undergoes this process when it encounters a mirror.
Reflection.
Reflection is correct. Most clouds, including the low-level cumulus and stratus, are found in this layer of the atmosphere. Most weather occurs in this lowest layer of the atmosphere.
Troposphere.
The troposphere is correct. And that wraps up our first half of this round. How are we feeling? Feeling good? Great work by our competitors. We're going to take a short break as we toss things back to Kimora and Yana.
That was very impressive. Also impressive, the real-world learning that's happening tonight.
This live production is brought to you by students in Southwest High School Gold Seal Advanced Media Program taught by Mrs. Darcy McCready.
Did you know AMP students placed first in nations this summer Skills USA Video News Production Contest, Career Pathways Contest? Events like these help us succeed as a team in competitions.
You know, everyone learns something at Whiz Quiz.
We are here with Deputy Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry.
You are over the Learning and Leading Department. So how does Whiz Quiz promote both of these things?
I think it's, well, several things. One, we always talk about building our students' knowledge, and clearly there is no ceiling to what they know, whether it's modern or ancient history, so there's just that. Whiz Quiz cultivates the ability to show what our kids are capable of. But the thing that I love the most is the ability for our students to be able to show their confidence, right? These students today are making me question my life decisions. And so I need to study more and read more and know more. And that is what I'm walking away with. So I think Whiz Quiz does all of that. It's not just about knowing facts and memorizing. It's applying your knowledge. It's also being able to project your confidence to the world. And I think that's what I love most about Whiz Quiz.
And there's sixth graders at that. Is there anything that you want to say to the students, coaches, and teachers here tonight?
Sure. The history of Whiz Quiz, I'm still fairly new to Fort Worth, but I heard it started out as one event at one of our high schools and slowly grew. So it was a bottom-up initiative. So what I love about our parents or communities is constantly pushing us and challenging us to not put a box around what we can do for our kids. And so here we are, a decades-long tradition that started in the 70s. And so absolutely amazing to see. So I thank our community, our parents, to continue to push us to be able to do great things and make them last. And I hope many more great ideas happen, and it's very important of us to be always responsive to those great ideas. So that's what I want to say. Thank you for keeping these things going and pushing us to expand opportunities for our students.
Yeah. That's right. And if you were on a Whiz Quiz team, what questions would be your specialty?
I was thinking about that tonight. So I will say English literature, probably U.S. history, but I would say, you know, those Macbeth questions I got. So I'm going to go ahead and say English literature is probably my strength. Yeah.
I love that subject. That's my favorite in school. Well, stick around, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
And there's a lot more to come. Stick around and you'll learn even more.
We dream big at Fort Worth ISD and have the academic and extracurricular programs to back it up. Reach for it and dream big. Choose Fort Worth ISD.
In the heart of Fort Worth, a world of opportunity awaits. Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, where tradition meets innovation and every student's potential is unleashed. From the thrill of discovery in the science lab to triumph on the soccer field, our students are encouraged to pursue their passion. With highly qualified teachers and cutting-edge technology, Fort Worth ISD students receive a top-notch education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow. Every student is valued and supported with tailored instruction and wraparound services to ensure success. And with our dual language programs, students become fluent in the language of success, ready to learn in any environment. But the excitement doesn't end when the final bell rings. Our after-school programs offer a wealth of extracurricular activities, from robotics to dance, ensuring every student becomes a well-rounded scholar.
Do you know what emphasis is?
Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, a launching pad to future success and a bridge to endless opportunities. Enroll now and join the journey to greatness, because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
Wow, it's report card time already. I'm so excited to look at these grades. Let's see. Go to the Fort Worth ISD homepage, fwisd.org. Then scroll down to the middle of the page and click on the parent portal icon. Click the login button. Okay, enter the username and password. Then click reports under your child's name on the right side of the page. All right, I'm there. Now I just need to click on the report card button to open or download. That was easy. Remember, please take the time to discuss the report card with your child and set goals for the next 6 weeks. Also, if you prefer, you can request a printed copy from your school. These look great.
Industry-driven programs and schools of choice offer Fort Worth ISD families and students the power of choice now more than ever. From aviation, cybersecurity, culinary arts, STEM, fine arts, early college high schools, and much more, there's a pathway for everyone. Earn certifications, college credit, and even an associate degree, tuition-free. Visit fwisd.org/choices and check out our complete interactive catalog. Apply now through January 31st.
That's the Southwest High School Jazz Band Ensemble, led tonight by Mr. Adam Kramer. Let's give them all a round of applause, please.
Welcome back to Whiz Quiz, the sport of knowledge. Let's get right back into the action.
It's all yours, Mark.
Hey, thank you very much, ladies. And we have a couple of new players that I would like to introduce themselves to the audience. So we will again start on my left from Benbrook. If you would tell everybody who you are.
My name is Annabelle Gentry. My name is Ryan Ritzel.
Hello, hello. Now over to Daggett.
My name is Cash Innermill. My name is Monroe Douglas.
Great. Well, let's hear it for our new players, shall we? Now, to get you caught up before we start this second half of competition, the point total so far Benbrook Middle School with 200 points. And over here at Daggett Montessori, we've got 90 points. So plenty of time to make up some ground in this half, and we'll get started with our 11th question. So if you guys would like to get your hands ready on the buzzers. Here we go. Benny Goodman, nicknamed the King of Swing, played this instrument. This musical instrument plays a famous glissando at the beginning of George Gershwin's Rhapsody. Clarinet is correct, and it was ahead of our halfway point in the question, so you get the extra 5 points. That one's worth 15. I imagine our musicians in the back were just bursting at the seams, ready to answer that one. Here are your bonus questions. Answer the following about other members of the woodwind family for 10 points each. This woodwind instrument is a higher pitched relative of the flute. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony calls for this woodwind instrument, but only in the fourth and final movement.
Piccolo?
Piccolo is correct. This double reed woodwind instrument can be thought of as a lower pitched oboe. This instrument plays a famous solo in the second movement of Antonin Dvorak's New World Symphony.
Bassoon?
No, we needed English horn. Right? The last bonus question. This woodwind instrument with a curved neck is named for its Belgian inventor, Bill Clinton. A performer of this instrument was given one by Russian President Boris Yeltsin.
Saxophone?
Saxophone is correct. Moving on to our next question. Buzzers ready? The practice of growing this food is known as viticulture. A Spanish New Year's tradition sees celebrants eat 12 of these food items with...
Grape.
Grapes is correct, and you were early on that one, so you get 15 points. Here are your bonus questions. Answer the following about other global New Year's celebrations for 10 points each. This neighborhood in New York City's Midtown sees an annual ball drop. At other times, tourists can emerge from the subway at 42nd Street to view this neighborhood's famous billboards.
No answer.
Times Square. England's celebration sees fireworks launched from the London Eye, one of these attractions. The first of these theme park attractions was built for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago.
Ferris wheel?
Ferris wheel is right. Zen Buddhist temples in this country ring their bells 108 times at midnight, possibly to represent the 108 mental states that prevent happiness.
Captain, time.
No answer.
Japan. Moving on to our 13th question. Buzzers ready? This character's rival, Arthur Slugworth, teamed up with Mr. Fickelgruber.
Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka was correct, and you buzzed in early, so 15 points. To the bonus, answer the following about Roald Dahl's real-life experiences before creating Willy Wonka for 10 points each. During World War II, Dahl served in the Royal Air Force in this role before he was seriously injured after crashing in Egypt.
Pilot?
Pilot is right. Dahl wrote a children's book about these creatures that were sometimes blamed for the mysterious mechanical problems of RAF planes. A 1984 Steven Spielberg Christmas film was inspired by Dahl's book about these devilish creatures.
Gremlins?
Gremlins is right, and I didn't know Gremlins was a Christmas movie, so. Dahl's Gremlins book was written to be adapted into a film by this animator behind 1937's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Captain.
No answer.
Walt Disney. Moving on to our 14th question. Buzzers ready? The fall 2013 issue of Ms. Magazine depicted Rosie the Riveter in this company's uniform with the headline, Fed Up. This multinational corporation, headquartered in Oak Brook, Illinois, claims that 1 in 8 Americans have worked for this business, which debuted the Quarter Pounder in
McDonald's.
McDonald's is correct, and you buzzed in early, so 15 points.
No, what was after?
Oh, was it after?
Yeah, she'd already say quarter pounder.
I'm sorry, you're correct. It was just 10. I apologize. But you know what? I'll get you a Big Mac after this to make up for the mistake. Moving on to your bonus questions. In most U.S. states, Happy Meals come with a toy. Answer the following questions about Warner Brothers media tie-ins in McDonald's marketing for 10 points each. For much of the 1990s and 2010s, Happy Meals included plastic figurines of this caped crusader, whose sidekick is Robin. Batman. Robin is a member of this 5-member superhero group, including Beast Boy and Starfire. This group of adolescent crime fighters has received multiple McDonald's crossovers during its 8-season run.
Teen
Titans. Another Warner Brother character with multiple McDonald's crossovers is this mainstay of both Space Jam movies. This character, first voiced by Mel Blanc, is the official mascot of Warner Brothers.
Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny is correct. Moving on to our 15th question. Buzzers ready? Salmon P. Chase and Edward Bates advised this man, the subject of the book Team of Rivals. This politician's code updated the rules of war after General McClellan's middling success leading the Army of the Potomac. A history mourning this president describes people's emotions following his assassination. Abraham Lincoln is correct. Your bonus questions. Like Washington, Lincoln names a lot of American towns, cities, and counties. Answer these questions about geographic Lincolns for 10 points each. Idaho is the answer we were looking for. Moving on to our 16th question. Hands ready at the buzzers. Farmer's Coke is an old Southern snack made from this agricultural product soaked in Coca-Cola. Sauces made from this foodstuff are traditionally served with gado-gado and satay and are extremely popular in Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand. George Washington Carver developed 300 uses for this fat-rich.
Peanuts.
Peanuts is correct. Moving on to the bonuses. Peanuts can also be consumed with the eyes. For 10 points each, which yellow shirt sporting child is the frequent protagonist of Charles Schulz's Peanuts comic strip?
Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown is right. This Peanuts beagle typically either lies on top of his doghouse or pilots it as his Red Baron persona.
Snoopy.
Snoopy is correct. Snoopy is frequently accompanied by this small yellow bird who shares a name with a counterculture music festival held in Bethel, New York in 1969.
Woodstock.
Woodstock is right. To our 17th question. Buzzers ready? This country's richest man, Mukesh Ambani, is sponsoring a boxing exhibition between Conor McGregor and Logan Paul in Wankhede Stadium in December of 2024. Elon Musk promised to go to war in favor of H-1B visas, over 70% of which are granted to workers from this BRICS country. Software engineers from this Asian country attend namesake institutes of technology at Kharagpur and Chennai. India is correct. For 10 points each, name these other nations which saw mass immigration to the United States in the 19th and 20th centuries. Until 2017, immigrants from this nation received expedited processing as part of the wet foot, dry foot policy. Many of these immigrants arrived in Florida on makeshift boats.
Cuba.
Cuba is correct. Immigrants from this country were often sponsored by the Catholic Church and resettled in fishing communities along the Gulf Coast. The Little Saigon Monument in New Orleans honors immigrants from here.
Vietnam.
Vietnam is right. Immigrants from this country started the New York Draft Riot of 1863. Hundreds of thousands of this nation's immigrants sailed in coffin ships to America, trying to escape a potato famine.
Ireland.
Ireland is right. Our 18th question. Buzzers ready? This city was the center of the 2008 Yellow Vest protests against rising fuel taxes. In December of 2024, parliamentarians from the New Popular Front and the National Rally in this city voted against Prime Minister Michel Barnier, collapsing the government. In December 2024, the city reopened Notre Dame Cathedral after a fire.
Paris, France.
Paris is correct. Your bonus questions about the Paris Olympics for 10 points each. Christians criticized the opening ceremony's Dionysian feast as a mockery of this biblical event. Leonardo da Vinci's fresco of this New Testament event features Jesus Christ and the 12 apostles clustered around a long table.
The Last Supper.
The Last Supper is correct. Although French health officials have denied causation, at least 8 swimmers fell ill after events staged in this main river of Paris.
The Seine.
The Seine is correct. French health officials worried that the Olympics would exacerbate an outbreak of this insect, Simu lectularius, which tends to infest suitcases and mattresses.
Bedbugs.
Bedbugs is right, and also gross. Moving on to our 19th question. Buzzers ready? One holder of this political position investigated the 1967 Detroit race riot as head of the Kerner Commission. Another holder of this position, Rod Blagojevich, attempted to sell the Senate seat vacated by President-elect Barack Obama. John Peter Altgeid used this position to pardon 3 men convicted of murder for their role in the Haymarket Square riot. For 10 points, name this political position currently held by J.B. Pritzker, who leads the Land of Lincoln from Springfield.
Governor of Illinois.
That is correct. Moving on to the bonus. J.B. Pritzker's relatives, Jay and Cindy, lend their name to an award celebrating talent, vision, and commitment in this field. For 10 points each, name this field which concerns the art or practice of designing and constructing buildings.
Architecture.
Correct. The Pritzker Pavilion, located in Millennium Park, was designed by this 1989 Pritzker Award-winning architect who designed Seattle's Museum of Pop Culture, Disney's Concert Hall, and the Guggenheim Bilbao.
Captain?
No
Time.
answer.
Frank Gehry. Millennium Park, the site of Anish Kapoor's sculpture Cloud Gate, is located on the shores of this Great Lake.
Lake Erie.
Lake Michigan is the correct answer. We now come to our final question. Hands ready at the buzzers. To measure this phenomenon, astronomer Thomas Robinson used a set of hemispherical cups to create a device now called a anemometer. Today in Taiwan and Vietnam, 5 more levels are added to the standard 13 of the Beaufort scale for categorizing this phenomenon associated with typhoons. For 10 points, name this meteorological phenomenon that blows destructively during hurricanes and
Wind.
Wind speed, yes. Moving on to your bonus questions. Answer the following about a tall building that uses a tuned mass damper to protect it from high winds for 10 points. The world's largest tuned mass damper is suspended between the 88th and 92nd floors of a 101-story building in this capital of Taiwan.
Captain?
No answer.
Taipei. After receiving LEED Platinum certification, Taipei 101 proudly boasts that it is the world's tallest building, described with this adjective reflecting its high energy efficiency, environmental friendly design, and outward appearance.
Captain?
No answer.
Green. The construction of Taipei 101 was facilitated by a South Korean construction company from this international conglomerate. The construction firm is a corporate sister of a better-known electronics group associated with the Galaxy brand.
Samsung.
Samsung is correct. All right, that brings us to the end of this round, and we're going to take a moment while our judges tabulate the scores. Meanwhile, I'm going to send it back to Yanan Kimura.
That's the end of the 6th grade finals. While they tabulate the scores, let's have some fun with the audience.
Let's turn it over to our friend Davila Davila for drum roll, please.
Are you smarter than a whiz quizzer?
Daniel, it looks like you have some eager contestants ready to go.
That's right. I hope they're eager as me to play Who's Smarter Than Whiz Quiz. I'm your host, Dan Davila. What's your name?
Ashley.
Nice to meet you. And who are you going for this fine evening?
Well, I'm here for ALA, but go Daggett.
Go Daggett. All right. Let's see. Are you ready? All right. Name this largest city in Louisiana. The city's nickname include Crescent City and the Big Easy.
New Orleans.
And you are correct. New Orleans. Let's see what you get on the FWIC goodie bag.
Thank you.
Can you show the audience a little bit about the goodie bag? It's cool. All right, right ahead.
Thank you.
And then our new contestant, what's your name?
Ivan.
Nice to meet you. And who are you going for?
The judges.
The judges. Okay. You ready?
Yep.
All right. Name this French city that is home to the Eiffel Tower.
Paris.
You are correct. You got a winner. Let's see. Now, how about you pull out something from there and show it?
Yeah, we got a bus.
Ooh, bus. All right. And our final another contestant, what's your name?
Angel Sanchez.
Nice to meet you. And who are you going for?
I'm here to support my nephew and godson, Christopher Sanchez.
Okay. Well, I wish them best of luck. All right. You ready?
Sure.
All right. The Houston Rodeo was closed in 2022 with a concert from this legendary singer, who also closed out the Astrodome 20 years earlier. His 60 #1 hits include The Chair and All My Exes Live in Texas.
George Strait.
You are correct. You get to win a goodie bag. Show off that journal. And I'm here with Carson Calloway. And while he's not a contestant, he's still a winner. For he made first chair in 4A area and qualified for all-state contests. Tell us, how's that feel?
It's pretty exciting. I get to finally play with the groups that I've been watching for 2 years now.
Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure to have you and the Southwest Jazz Band. Can't wait to hear more of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it back to Yana and Kamora.
Thank you, Daniel. In audience, great job.
The scores are in. Let's get right to Mark Istuk and Michael Fouché. Mark?
All right, thank you, ladies. And you guys will be impressed that I saw them over here tabulating the results. They didn't use a calculator at all. They know how to add up because they're, whiz quiz judges. So, Michael, I'll let you announce our winner. But before we do so, let's hear it again for our contestants tonight who all did a terrific job. Seriously, very impressive work, everybody. But now it is time to announce our winner tonight. Michael?
Wow, what a great season for sixth grade in particular. We're always so proud of our sixth graders who have not had Whiz Quiz before to come in here and to do so well. And also, can I uniquely thank these two schools? They have such great programs. They have really hardworking coaches. Can we hear it for Coach Peterson and Coach Wattier over here? Really amazing. So, in an absolutely great match, we had 230 points for Daggett Montessori, and our winner, Benbrook, with 375. Great job. Holding it up like they were born to do this. Gabriel, can I ask you, the captain, come on over here real quick. What was your secret to success as a team today?
We all work together.
Yeah, why did I even ask? I'm sorry. Yeah. And come over here. Daggett Montessori, again, y'all do so great. You were like a pro up there answering the questions. How did it feel up there playing?
It felt really good. Also kind of nerve-wracking, but...
Can we give one more big round of applause for both of our teams here today? And y'all can head on back. You can head on back to your coaches. Feel free to take a seat. We're going to take a minute here, and we're going to celebrate not just these two teams. You can head on back here to your seats right here. Yeah, y'all are doing a great job. One of the cool things, Mark, if I could brag on these kids for a second, it's not just these two teams. These two teams did amazing. They made it to the finals. But we wanted to make it a point to celebrate kids from across the district. In fact, we have some medals here that we're going to give out to all of our top award earners, our top scorers for every team. We're going to give a medal to here. And can you give it up for Michaela here to help me out from Southwest High School. One of the things that's so cool about the finals is we get to celebrate the best of the best, but I don't want to miss out on these other teams that are working so hard to go throughout the season. They play these big matches. Sometimes these sixth graders are going to schools that they've never been to, these big high schools, and they're playing these intense matches, and they do so great. I wanted to take some time to acknowledge, again, the top scorer from every team. We'll see if they're here. If you're here when I call your name, please go ahead and come on down, and Michaela's going to give you our top scorer medal for your team, okay? We're going to start with our top scorer in the sixth grade division. Do we have David Alvarez? David Alvarez, come on down. Representing world languages, you didn't have the top overall points, but you had the most points per match. In fact, you missed one of our weekends, and you still had the highest points per match. David, well, how did you do so well this year?
Well, the thing is that I've always been learning since I was like 4 or 5. My passion is science. I just really love science. I can talk about it for hours.
I can tell. Yeah. Let's give it up for David. Way to go from WLI, World Languages. And let me brag on World Languages Institute. We have great teams every year from World Languages. David's just a part of that. We're going to bring back up here representing Benbrook. Let's hear for Gabriel Traska. Can you come on back up here? You were the one who were the top points for the whole division, 600 points scored throughout the matches. Great job. Go ahead and take your medal. We've already talked to you. I've already learned from you, Gabriel. Thank you so much. You can take a seat. Thank you, partner. Way to go, Gabriel. Next up, representing Stripling, we have Jackson Chavez. Jackson, are you here? Sixth grade division. There you are. A whole bunch of points, 460 points. What was it like playing Whiz Quiz this season?
It was really good, and we thought we had World Language Institute until he came back.
David, see, you got to start learning since you were 4. That's the key. That's what David told us. Let's give it up for Jackson one more time with Stripling Middle School. Great job. Thank you. Let's bring back up from Daggett Montessori, Eleanor Kirchner. Come on up. Doing great. Did you know you had the top points on your team? That's what makes you captain with over 550 points. Great job. Let's give her another big round of applause. We have a couple kiddos who may not be here. I still want to give them shout-outs. So the next couple, I don't think they're here from YMLA. Do we have Waylon Reeder out there in the audience here? No, Waylon Reeder not here. Also, I want to acknowledge from McLean 6, Bo Thurman. Is Bo here tonight? That's okay. Oh, there you are, Bo. Come on, give Bo a big round of applause. Bo, did you have a good time playing Whiz Quiz this year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you think you'll play again? Will you join your middle school team?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay, well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch, I guess. Yeah. Let's give it up one more time for Bo. Way to go, Bo. From ALA, we've got Court McCreary. Court McCreary, come on down. Thank you. I know you might get tired of applauding. We just want to celebrate these kids so much. ALA, another great school with great programs. Did you have fun this year playing? Come on, right here. Did you have fun playing Whiz Quiz?
I did.
Yeah. What do you think people out there who maybe haven't played Whiz Quiz, what do they need to know about it?
Try to answer the questions as fast as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Well, why overcomplicate things? Yeah, very cool. Great job representing ALA. Let's give it up for Court one more time. Great job. From Jack A, do we have Abril Martinez in the building? Abril. Come on down, Abril. Yeah. Love Jack A. You've got a great sponsor here. Your principal's out here. Come on over here. Jack A representing. Was Whiz Quiz what you expected? Come on, stand right here. Was Whiz Quiz what you expected?
No, not really.
Yeah. Well, tell me about your experience.
Well, I guess you just have to enjoy it because whether you win or it's like a good experience. So.
Man, you should write the advertisements for Whiz Quiz. Very good. Let's hear it for Abril one more time. Way to go. Go ahead and head on back. From Rosemont, Isaac De La Cruz. Come on down. All right.
Let me brag on Rosemont as well. We've got the Minces here, some great coaches from Rosemont. Yeah, give a shout out to your coach. Do you feel like y'all practice for Whiz Quiz? Do you feel like that practice helps?
Yeah, I did a lot.
Yeah. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Take that. It's very fun. Go ahead and get your medal right here. Yeah. Thank you so much, Isaac. A couple others that I don't think joined us. I'll just read off their names to celebrate. From Monig, Michaela Eager. From Riverside, Tiffany Lee. They aren't out here. Are they here today? No? Okay, well, we still want to give them a shout out. From Morningside, do we have Nick Martinez? Come on down, Nick. We're so glad you're here, Nick. One of the cool things, go ahead and stand right here, buddy. One of the cool things about Morningside, too, we've worked really hard to get a team there. They did great. Tell me about your experience this year. Did you have fun?
Yes, I had fun at Whiz Quiz, Mr. Whiz Quiz.
Yeah, I didn't know I was Mr. Whiz Quiz. I will accept that. It's easier to say than my real name. Nick, I'm so glad you're here. You go ahead and get a medal. Thank you, Nick. And I saw my Forest Oak friend here, but is Christina Zakim here? Christina, come on down. Yeah, Forest Oak, the Leadership Academy. The first year we've had a team in a long time. Can I ask you, Christina? Yeah, stand right here. Tell me about your experience with the Whiz Quiz.
It's pretty fun.
Pretty fun, but not a whole lot of fun, but pretty fun. Yeah, okay. Was it cool? Because y'all started after the season. Are you going to keep going next year to hopefully build your team up?
Yes.
Yes, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you so much. Let's give her, what was that?
You also pronounced my last name wrong.
Okay, how do you say it correctly?
Zakim.
There you go. That's perfect. Thank you. I apologize. Sometimes I need some help. Mr. Whiz Quiz needs some help sometimes. Thank you. You can go on back. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to try to move quickly here. We've got a bunch of our middle school division kiddos to bring up here. First off, again, from WLI, with the most average points per game in middle school, Christopher Sanchez. Representing the Sanchez as well. Christopher, tell me, did you do Whiz Quiz last year? Yeah, and so tell me, why do you keep going? What makes it special for you?
It's just fun to show what you know and just compete with other people.
Yeah, you think you made those two proud over there? Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's hear it for Christopher, everybody. Love it. One of our competitors who will be doing our next match, Benjamin Schleicher from YMLA. Come on down. Benjamin, 610 points, tied for most points overall. Okay, do you have a lot of fun playing for the great YMLA?
Yes.
Yeah, what is it like to practice? Do you have to put a lot of work into this?
Yeah, it's really fun.
Does it come naturally for you?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Here you go. Let's give him one more big round of applause. I don't think our next competitor made it out tonight, but we want to shout out Gibson Wells with Daggett Montessori. Gibson, great job. Also, we do have from Benbrook, Ian Esquivel. Where's Ian? All right. Again, Benbrook, one of our power programs. You're here tonight. Come on over here, Ian. What's Whiz Quiz like for you?
It's fun. It's just a really good experience.
Yeah, very cool. All right, very good. Let's hear it for Ian, the great Benbrook. We should hear a lot from Benbrook here. Next up, Jalil Assad from Stripling. Jalil, are you here? Come on down, Jalil. With over 400 points, you know, it is knowing this stuff. Is it tough to be on the spot and answer questions like when Mr. Whiz Quiz is putting you on the spot right now? Is it tough doing Whiz Quiz for you?
A little, although I would say that the fun of answering questions outweighs the stress.
The fun of answering questions. This is why I'm interviewing these kids right now. This is amazing. Somebody write that down. That's too good to forget. Let's hear it one more time for Jalil, everybody. Great job. Thank you. From Riverside, do we have Luis Suarez Palafox down here? Luis, come on down from Riverside. Got some Riverside. I love Riverside. Selfishly, you stand right here with me, buddy. I used to teach at Riverside, so I'm super proud of you. You played last year too, right? What do you think? If you had to give advice to a school starting a Whiz Quiz team, what advice would you give?
It takes time, but never give up.
Man, these. These kids are good. All right, we'll keep moving. How about Carter Briscoe from ALA? Carter. Wow. Wow. They really love you, Carter. You are about to compete in our middle school match. Are you feeling excited for that match?
Yeah, I'm feeling very excited.
You're getting an award ahead of time, so you must be pretty good at this. What's your secret to success?
My team is my secret to success. Yes, they're the best team.
Not really a secret. We all kind of know at this point. Yeah, very good. Thank you so much for being here, Carter. Again, we want to acknowledge, I don't think they're here tonight, Jake Panagos from McLean. Thank you for a great season. Caleb Dovell from Rosemont, another Bronco. Come on down, Caleb. Now, I love it, and it's meaningful to me when parents work for the district and there's connections there. Your mom is a Whiz Quiz coach. Come on over. Does that put a lot of pressure on you to do well for Whiz Quiz?
Yeah.
Yeah, but tell me about it. What's your Whiz Quiz experience like? Do you enjoy it?
So in 6th grade, actually all of the years, my mom kind of forced me to be on the team, but I did good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Feels like your mom's forcing you to do everything. All right. That's a great family relationship there. Let's give him one more big round of applause. You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. You can head on back. Great job. Your mom's not forcing you to be up here. It's fine. You can sing. You can go back. Again, couldn't make it out tonight. Tate Wyatt from Monet. Great job. Great season this year. Our last two from middle school. From Jack K, we've got Kaysen Hobson. Kaysen, are you here? Couldn't make it. That's all right. We still want to give a shout out. Thank you so much. How about Timmy Vu from Morningside? Timmy. We could still give a shout out to Timmy. Very cool. Yeah, very good. All right, our biggest division is our high school division. We're so thankful. We have almost every high school in the district competing. We're so proud and thankful for that. So I'm going to try to go through this quickly. From Northside, with the number 1 overall in total points scored, Neri Hernandez. Are you out there? Come on down. You may recognize Neri. We've had Neri up here at the finals before. One of our fiercest competitors in the entire district. Neri, how was your season this season?
I say it was pretty good. You know, usually there's growing pains and there's the first game jitters always hit, but eventually the more practice you get and the more games you play, the more you kind of ease into it, and it helps having a good team around you.
And I mean, again, you're like the highest point scorer in our high school division. How are you able to do that? What is it about you that makes it easier for you?
I have a lot up here. Right up here, I have a lot. And because I have a lot, sometimes I just know when to use it. Oftentimes it's a little quicker than others. And I just kind of, eventually, with practice, I learned how to refine the ability, and I got better with it over time. Again, it helps having a great coach and great team around you and people outside of that circle that can support you afterwards, after matches and after, anything related to it.
That is awesome. Let's hear it for Neri. Great job. You can tell why Neri's good at what he does. Very good. I'm starting to get the signal. I got to move quickly. I apologize. We'll try to go quickly. Let me just, for the few that are not here, I do want to say a shout out to YWLA, Lorelei, who had a great season. Haley from Tabs. Thomas Melton from Pascal. We're so proud of you. Aiden Frederickson, are you here this evening? Okay, from WLI. Did great this season. Sam Alexander from Arlington Heights. Ashley Ramirez from Southwest. Arnold Perez Munoz of South Hills. Oh, you're here? From Southwest? Well, well, let's hear it for Ashley Ramirez. Come on down. Thank you. I need that help. I'm trying to fly through these. Ashley from Southwest. There's so many talented people from Southwest. What's your secret to success or how you're so great at Whiz Quiz?
There's this one guy in our class that just won't shut up about it. So there you go.
Let's hear it for Ashley, everybody, representing Southwest. Great job. Couple more shout-outs here from South Hills. Arnold Perez Munoz. From TCC South, Jeremiah Lester. From Trimble Tech, Jordan De Leon. From Carter Riverside, Emmanuel Dawkins. From Polytechnic High School, Eric Machuar. We're so glad you're here. Now let's get to the few that are here. Thank you so much for a great season. From I Am Terrell, Martin Clapper. Come on down. Wow. ALA and I Am Terrell have some energy. I'll tell you that much. I Am Terrell, you're representing. You had 745 points, number 1 overall by average points per match. That's a big deal. How did you make it seem so easy?
Well, I would say that generally when I'm competing in a whiz quiz match, the best thing for me is just to enter into a state of flow. It's almost like instead of frantically sorting through all of my information, that I am able to just serenely wander around the halls of the library that is knowledge.
Martin Clapper, everybody. Great job. Thank you. Jeez. I don't even know why I'm up here. I need to just turn the microphone over. From Benbrook, how about Colin Jarko? Colin with 595 points. You've done whiz quiz for a while, I know firsthand. How does it feel being up here, being the top point scorer for your team?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Not much to it. Not much
To it? Yeah. Does it come easy for you?
Yeah, a little. Sometimes there's some stuff I feel like I definitely should get, and I've probably been disowned by my aunt down there for about 15 times, so.
Well, glad you brought that up. Yeah, very cool. Let's hear it for Colin Jarko, everybody. Here's your medal, buddy. There you go. All right, how about Naima Kajera from Western Hills? So proud of Western Hills. It's been such a great program that I know Coach Cook and several others have been working hard. Has it been fun this season with Western Hills Whiz Quiz?
Yes, it's been really fun, especially with this next weekend.
Yeah. With this, yeah, and getting. Did you realize you were the top point scorer?
Not really. I just got a text from my coach and said you need to be here by 5.
Yeah. You didn't even know why. You just had to be here. That's right. The humility. Let's hear it for Western Hills one more time. Love it. Thank you. From YMLA, Brandon Gomez. Is Brandon here tonight? Wasn't able to make it. That's totally fine. Let's see if there's anybody who missed. How about Julian Barajas from Marine Creek? Come on down, Julian. Just one more. Marine Creek, another great program. I know you made Miss Bird proud. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's all right. You're doing great. You're doing great. It's the Whiz Quiz crew here, guys, okay? Did you have fun this season?
I'd say so.
You'd say so? I don't want to force you into it. I'm not that person's mom. But you had a lot of fun. Do you have any advice, being a high schooler who's great at this, to give to our middle school kids here today with Whiz Quiz?
Read more. You think you're reading as much as you can, but you got to read more.
Got to read more. Every teacher in the room is saying amen. Very good. Thank you so much. Congrats. And let's see if our last person here from Diamond Hill, Angela Acuna. Is Angela here? Angelie. Thank you, Angelie. I need some help sometimes. Let's hear it for Angelie Acuna. With Diamond Hill, you've got some hardworking coaches there as well, representing the Eagles. Diamond Hill Jarvis. Tell me about your season. How did it go?
Well, this was my first year in Whiz Quiz.
Yeah.
And I was only able to make it to the first competition.
Okay. Well, let's not minimize it. That's still pretty cool. Okay, you made it to the first competition, and was it fun for you? Do you feel like it's something that you're capable of doing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I could tell by all the points you scored. Let's hear it for Angelie one more time. Great job. Let me take a seat. Let me check in. Anybody I missed from our MVPs from the season? Well, thank you so much. Again, it's just an honor to celebrate all these kids. Speaking of celebrating really talented kids, I'm going to send it back over to Southwest and their jazz band.
Are y'all YMLA? YMLA?
ALA.
ALA?
Order locked in.
Middle School Whiz Quiz Finals.
Today we are here with YMLA.
Woo! Yay! And ALA. Yay! Are you guys ready to play? Yeah!
Are you guys ready to play? Yeah! So, let's play Whiz Quiz!
It's time to play the sport of knowledge. Welcome to the Fort Worth ISD Whiz Quiz.
That is correct.
Welcome to the Fort Worth ISD Whiz Quiz Middle School Finals. I'm Ella Diaz.
And I'm Chloe Soule, and set to face off for the championship are ALA and YMLA.
Chloe, you have a special connection with ALA, don't you?
Yes, not only is that my middle school, but my mom's also a teacher there. Hey, Mom.
Okay, so if you're rooting for ALA, then I'm all for YMLA. Let's see whose team comes out on top.
Still rocking it between rounds is the Southwest High School Jazz Band Ensemble. Doing a great job, guys. And now the action really kicks in.
So let's get to it.
And helping us with all the action is Fort Worth native and alumnus of Fort Worth ISD, Mark Istook. Mark is a 4-time Emmy-winning anchor of Daybreak on WFAA. You name it, and Mark has done it. News, sports, entertainment, even weather.
That's what makes him the perfect Whiz Quiz Master for tonight's matches. Here's our Whiz Quiz Master, Mark Istook, to take us around one. Mark?
Thank you very much, Ella and Chloe. I appreciate the introduction, and let's hear it yet again for our competitors this evening. And as we did before, I'd like you folks to introduce yourselves to our audience today. So we're going to start on my left with the Young Men's Leadership Academy. If you will buzz in and tell everybody who you are.
Louis Berger. Benjamin Schleicher.
August Bierbaum. Louis Parker.
Now to Applied Learning Academy.
Will Wompock from ALA.
Carter Briscoe.
I'm Grayson. Amber Watson.
I have a feeling we're going to have fun this round, huh? Again, congrats to our competitors from Young Men's Leadership Academy and the Applied Learning Academy tonight. Want to introduce, by the way, our scorekeeper, Michael Flouchet, who is the Director of Gifted and Talented Services, and our Whiz Quiz Director. A reminder, we've got 20 questions in this round. Each question is worth 10 points. If you buzz in early, you could get 15 points. Whichever team gets the question correct, they have the opportunity to answer 3 bonus questions, also worth 10 points each. Now, one thing we want to make sure to let the audience know, no whispering the answers, no mouthing the answers. This is the Fort Worth Independent School District. You will go to detention if you're caught. So with that said, are we ready to play some Whiz Quiz? Yeah. All right. We're going to see if my voice can hold up through these rounds. If so, I think I deserve 10 points. Hands on the buzzers. You guys ready? All right, here we go with our first question. A lock of hair, reputedly showing that this composer died of lead poisoning, was revealed to belong to an unrelated woman. The singer, Caroline Unger, turned this composer around to see the applauding audience at a performance of his last symphony. The 4-note short, 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 long pattern that pervades this composer's 5th symphony is said to represent fate knocking at the door. For 10 points, name the composer of 9 symphonies, the last of which includes a musical setting of Ode to Joy. Yes.
Ludwig von Beethoven.
That is correct. Moving to your bonus questions. Answer the following about sources of lead contamination. For 10 points each, while most gasoline no longer contains lead, The fuel used in this industry still does. The FAA, which regulates this industry, has worked to reduce the use of lead in its fuel.
Captain, time.
The answer was aviation or airlines. Titanium dioxide replaced lead as a white coloring agent in this product, whose producers include Sherwin-Williams. Paint is correct. Lead pipes in the city of Flint in this Wolverine state were a contributing factor to widespread lead exposure. Michigan is correct. Moving on to our second question. Hands on the buzzers. Ms. Smallweed's brother, Crook, dies from spontaneous human combustion in this author's novel, Bleak House. In another novel by this author, Jack Dawkins, the Artful Dodger, introduces the protagonist to the criminal Fagin. The miserly protagonist of another work by this artist is visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, present, yes.
Charles Dickens.
Charles Dickens is correct. Moving on to your bonus questions. Major League Baseball's Artful Dodgers won the 2024 World Series in 5 games over the New York Yankees. Answer the following about these Dodgers for 10 points each. During the 2024 season, the Dodgers were led by which Japanese star who posted the first ever 50-homer, 50 stolen base season in Major League history?
Defer to August.
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani is correct. Shohei Ohtani led off for the Dodgers in the World Series and was followed in the lineup by Mookie Betts, whom the Dodgers acquired in 2020 from this hated American League rival of the Yankees based in Boston.
Red Sox.
Captain.
Red Sox is right. The MVP of the 2024 World Series was the first baseman who had 12 RBIs as well as home runs in each of the first 4 games. This left-handed hitter spent 12 years with the Atlanta Braves.
Defer to August.
Freddie Freeman.
Freddie Freeman is correct. Moving on to our third question, hands on the buzzers. In the musical The Book of Mormon, Elder Price wants to go on his mission to this city. According to one story, this seat of Orange County.
Salt Lake.
That is incorrect. This seat of Orange County was named for a character in Shakespeare's As You Like It. Camping World Stadium in this city annually hosts the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Tourists to this city often visit the Reedy Creek Improvement District, which is home to a series of related theme parks. For 10 points, name this Central Florida city home to Walt Disney World.
Time.
Orlando is correct.
Say it's a tie. Tie for the buzz.
Okay. Moving on to your bonus questions. Answer these questions about places mentioned in the Book of Mormon for 10 points each. Elder Price and Elder Cunningham travel on a mission trip to this East African nation once controlled by dictator Idi Amin.
Captain. Time.
Uganda. Nabalungi dreams of moving to this village in Utah where the roofs are thatched with gold. This city is home to the Temple Square, the Tabernacle, and a rapidly diminishing body of water.
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City is right. Elder Price professes his belief that Jackson County in this state is home to the Garden of Eden. The city of Columbia in this state is home to a university with a renowned journalism program.
Captain.
Michigan.
Time.
The answer was Missouri. Our fourth question. Buzzers ready? Alexander of Aphrodisias is the namesake of a dark band found between 2 examples of these natural phenomena. Black and white photographs can capture invisible extensions on the underside of these visions. René Descartes calculated 42 degrees as the exit angle in these natural wonders necessary to create the most intense dispersion into the visible spectrum. The mnemonic device Roy G. Biv. Rainbows is right. The bonus questions. A song that begins, "Why are there so many?" Songs about rainbows. And what's on the other side? Appeared on the Billboard charts in 1979. For 10 points each, The Rainbow Connection was sung in character by this American puppeteer, animator, and filmmaker?
Captain? Time.
No, the answer is Jim Henson. Jim Henson sang the song as this anthropomorphic green frog and Muppet protagonist. Kermit is now correct. 9 years before the Rainbow Connection, Kermit performed the hit song Bein' Green for this educational television series that started its 46th season in 2016, adopted Smarter, Stronger, Kinder as its ending theme.
Captain?
Sesame Street.
You got it, Doc.
Okay. Sesame Street is correct, and you did get that in time. All right, hands on the buzzers for our fifth question. While residing in the Yellow House in Aries, this artist took inspiration from Japanese ukiyo-e in his depiction of irises. The portrait of Dr. Gachet, which went missing in 1998, is by this post-impressionist artist who received treatment from Gachet for a self-inflicted bullet wound. During a tense argument with Paul Gauguin, this painter of the potato eaters and many sunflowers cut off his left ear. For 10 points.
Michelangelo?
Incorrect. Cut off his left ear. For 10 points, name this Dutch artist whose immersive experience includes 360-degree projections of starry night. Yes.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Incorrect. We were looking for Vincent van Gogh. Moving on to our sixth question. Hands on the buzzers. One of these meteorological events caused a year without a summer in 1816. Tephra and pumice rained down on the island of Sumbawa, and the Tambora village was covered by pyroclastic flow during that instance of this event. Since 1996, the seamount Loei, southeast of the Big Island in Hawaii, has, for 10 points...
Volcanic eruptions or volcanoes?
Correct. And Applied Learning Academy is on the board, and they've got a chance to add to it with some bonus points here. Scientists are predicting a submarine volcanic eruption off the coast of the United States for 10 points each. The axial seamount that is predicted to erupt is located in this large body of water that borders the western U.S. Many volcanoes are a part of this ocean's ring of fire.
The Pacific Ocean?
That is correct.
Will you just leave your microphone? Yeah. You can leave it on. Yeah.
The volcano is almost 300 miles off Cannon Beach in the northwestern corner of this state. Fort Clatsop, where Lewis and Clark spent the winter of 1805 to 1806 near the mouth of the Columbia River, is also in this state.
Captain?
Louisiana?
Incorrect. Oregon. The axial seamount is located on an undersea ridge of this tectonic plate in the northeastern Pacific Ocean. The ridge and a strait south of Vancouver Island are both named for the same Spanish explorer.
Captain? Time.
Juan de Fuqua. Moving to our seventh question, hands on the buzzer. In a 2024 film, Bill Skarsgård resurrects one character of this type, first played in 1923 by Max Schreck. In a 1931 film, Bela Lugosi portrayed one of these creatures who transports 50 boxes of coffin dirt to England.
Vampire?
Vampires is correct for 15 points. Congratulations. Now the bonus questions. Jonathan Harker's travelogue describes his carriage ride through the menacing Borgo Pass. Answer the following questions about Romanian geography for 10 points each. The Borgo or Tihutsu Pass is in the Eastern Carpathians and connects Moldavia with this Romanian state, the home of Dracula.
Transylvania?
That is correct. Over one-third of this river's length is located in Romania. A 2022 heat wave exposed dozens of World War II shipwrecks in this Central European river, which flows through Vienna and Budapest.
Defer to Ember?
Time.
Danube River is the correct answer. Dracula is transported from Transylvania to Varna, a port on this body of water. The shipwrecks found on the Danube were from the German fleet assigned to this sea, which is connected to the Mediterranean by the Bosphorus Straits.
Captain.
Black Sea.
Black Sea is correct, and you did get that in time. Moving to our 8th question. Hands on the buzzers. A girl in this novel says that her sewing needle is heavy and dies after contracting scarlet fever in the Hummel family estate. A governess rejects Laurie's proposal and marries Professor Barr in the second section of this novel titled Good Wives. The 4 daughters of Marmee are featured in, for 10 points.
Little Women.
Little Women is correct. Pardon me. Moving on to your bonus questions. Louisa May Alcott drew on her life experiences to write Little Women. For 10 points each, Robert March served as a chaplain in this war in order to help pay off a friend's debt. He returns to Massachusetts after being wounded in a December 1862 battle.
Civil War.
That is correct. For 10 more points, Alcott served in this profession during the Civil War. Her character, Tribulation Periwinkle, works in this profession in her short narrative collection, Hospital Sketches.
Nurse.
Also correct. Perhaps the most famous Civil War nurse, Clara Barton, who used her experience to found the American branch of this Switzerland-based international organization in 1881.
Red Cross.
That is correct. Moving on to our 9th question. Hands on the buzzers. Michael Shara's novel Killer Angels about this battle takes its name from a conversation between Buster Kilrain and Joshua
The Battle of Gettysburg.
Gettysburg is what we were looking for. 15 points. Moving on to your bonus questions. The Michael Shara title Killer Angels comes from the monologue, What a Piece of Work is a Man, in this play. For 10 points each, the phrase Killer Angels originates from Gettysburg veteran Joshua Chamberlain, who quotes this literary figure, a Shakespearean prince who seeks revenge against King Claudius.
Captain.
Hamlet is correct. For 10 points, Hamlet delivers the monologue, What a Piece of Work is a Man, to these childhood friends he later sends to their deaths. The title of an absurdist play by Tom Stoppard notes the deaths of these 2 characters.
Captain. Time.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Hamlet is set at Elsinore, which is based on Kronborg Castle in this country. Visitors to this Nordic country can take day trips to Helsingør from Copenhagen.
Denmark.
Denmark is correct. Now it's time for our 10th question. Hands on the buzzers. On November 2nd, 2024, this team defeated the Timberwolves behind 15 points and 13 assists from Chris Paul at the Frost Bank Center. That game was coached by assistant Mitch Johnson after this team's longtime coach suffered a stroke. In 2024, this team's center beat out the Thunder's Chet Holmgren to become the first French NBA.
Spurs.
Either one is correct. Shades of the Brady Bunch. For 10 points, answer the following about the origins of the name of a different team called Spurs. Tottenham Hotspur, who play in the English Premier League, are based in the northern part of this city, where their main rival is Arsenal.
Captain.
London is correct. Tottenham gets his name from Harry Hotspur Percy, who helped depose of King Richard II in favor of the 4th English king of this name.
Captain.
Charles.
Henry is the correct answer. Hotspur was a central character in the first part of a play about Henry IV written by this Elizabethan dramatist.
Captain. Time.
Bill Shakespeare is the answer we were looking for. And that is the halfway point of this round. Let's hear it for our competitors. We're going to take a quick break and send it back to Ella and Chloe.
Very impressive. Also impressive, the real world learning what's happening tonight.
If you're just joining us, this live production is brought to you by students at Southwest High School's Gold Seal Advanced Media Program, taught by Miss Darcy McCready.
You know, we learn a lot through AMP. Earlier this year, we wrote and took photos for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and now we get to host Whiz Quiz.
This is so much fun.
I know. Stick around. The fun has just gotten started.
We dream big at Fort Worth ISD and have the academic and extracurricular programs to back it up. Reach for it and dream big. Choose Fort Worth ISD.
In the heart of Fort Worth, a world of opportunity awaits. Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Middle School, where tradition meets innovation and every student's potential is unleashed. From the thrill of discovery in the science lab to triumph on the soccer field, our students are encouraged to pursue their passion. With highly qualified teachers and cutting-edge technology, Fort Worth ISD students receive a top-notch education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow. Every student is valued and supported with tailored instruction and wraparound services to ensure success. And with our dual language programs, students become fluent in the language of success, ready to learn in any environment. But the excitement doesn't end when the final bell rings. Our after-school programs offer a wealth of extracurricular activities, from robotics to dance, ensuring every student becomes a well-rounded scholar.
Do you know what emphasis is?
Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, a launching pad to future success and a bridge to endless opportunities. Enroll now and join the journey to greatness, because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
Wow, it's report card time already. I'm so excited to look at these grades. Let's see. Go to the Fort Worth ISD homepage, fwisd.org. Then scroll down to the middle of the page and click on the parent portal icon. Click the login button. Okay, enter the username and password. Then click reports under your child's name on the right side of the page. All right, I'm there. Now I just need to click on the report card button to open or download. That was easy. Remember, please take the time to discuss the report card with your child and set goals for the next 6 weeks. Also, if you prefer, you can request a printed copy from your school. These look great.
Industry-driven programs and schools of choice offer Fort Worth ISD families and students the power of choice now more than ever. From aviation, cybersecurity, culinary arts, STEM, fine arts, early college high schools, and much more, there's a pathway for everyone. Earn certifications, college credit, and even an associate degree, tuition-free. Visit fwisd.org/choices and check out our complete interactive catalog. Apply now through January 31st.
That's Southwest High School's jazz ensemble led by Mr. Adam Kramer. Let's give them a hand.
Welcome back to Whiz Quiz, the sport of knowledge. We are sure had a great first round. Let's send it to Mark for round 2.
Thank you very much, ladies. We're getting ready for our second round here. And, we've had a chance to acknowledge our competitors tonight. I want to take a moment just as a product of Fort Worth Public Schools, who is eternally grateful for the influence that public educators had on me during my time as a student, and the seeds that they planted continue to provide for me today. If you're an educator here at Fort Worth ISD, would you just stand up and be recognized, please? Anybody in the audience up here at front? Every day is Thank a Teacher Day in my book, so thank you for all that you guys do, not just the teachers themselves, but anybody who's involved in public education. We need your help now more than ever. Okay, time for our second half of this round. I'm going to give you a quick score update. Young Men's Leadership Academy, 175 points so far. ALA, Applied Learning Academy, with 95. Guys, a lot of points on the board. You can make up some ground here. Let's get started with our second half of this round. Hands on the buzzers. Here is our 11th question. In the horseshoe species of crabs, the blood appears blue due to the presence of this D block element. In a galvanic cell, this electrical conductor can be used as a cathode opposite a zinc anode. The Statue of Liberty appears green due to
Oxygen?
That is incorrect. The Statue of Liberty appears green due to a verdigris patina caused by 62,000 pounds of this transition metal. The alloys brass and bronze both include, for 10 points,
Copper.
Copper is correct. To the bonus questions, copper is one of the 5 C's said to characterize this U.S. state, along with cattle, cotton, citrus, and climate. For 10 points each, name this southwestern American state that entered the Union as the 48th state in 1912, a month after New Mexico.
Captain, time.
California.
Arizona is the answer we were looking for. Arizona's attractions include the Kaibab National Forest, the Hualapai Indian Reservation, and the National Park, including this natural wonder explored by John Wesley Powell.
The Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon is correct. The Grand Canyon spans 277 miles along this important river of the American Southwest. This river empties into the Gulf of California 1,450 miles from its origins.
The Colorado River.
That is correct. Moving on to our 12th question. According to legend, a 1281 typhoon halted an invasion of this archipelago across the Western Channel by the forces of Kublai Khan. 7 centuries later, that body of water saw the defeat of the Russian Navy by this empire's Admiral Togo. Mount Aso, the largest active volcano in this island group, is located in a prefecture across the Tsushima Strait from the Korean peninsula on Kyushu. For 10 points, Hokkaido, Shikoku, and Honshu are part of which Asian island nation?
Japan.
Correct. Your bonus questions begin with this one. Kyushu, Japan's southernmost main island, is the namesake of Steven Netorodsky's cat. For 10 points each, Kyushu did not accompany Steven on his trip to Paris, where he won 2 gymnastics bronze medals as a specialist on this apparatus. This apparatus is unrelated to equestrian events.
Captain?
Horse races?
Pommel horse was the apparatus. Kyushu did accompany Netorodsky on his trip to Los Angeles, where he was a contestant on season 33 of this ABC series, hosted by Alfonso Ribeiro and Julianne Hough.
Dancing with the Stars?
Correct. During the 5th round of Dancing with the Stars, Netorodsky used a pommel horse during a routine in which he and partner Riley Arnold performed this Argentine dance to the tune Seven Nation Army.
Captain?
Salsa?
Time.
The tango. It takes 2. The tango. All right, moving on to our 13th question. Hands on the buzzers. After a decade of delays, this nation opened the HCMC metro system in a former southern capital. Travelers frequent the Forbidden Purple City and Danoi Citadel in this nation's former imperial capital. Hui Charles.
China.
Not correct. Hui, cafes line Train Street in this country's capital city of Hanoi. For 10 points, name this former French colony in Southeast Asia, where Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City.
Vietnam.
Vietnam is correct. Your bonus questions. Answer the following about popular Vietnamese dishes for 10 points each. This Vietnamese soup is typically made with chicken or beef broth, rice noodles, and served with cilantro and bean sprouts.
Pho.
Pho is right. Sounds so good right now. A traditional version of this Vietnamese French bread sandwich includes pâté, pork, and head cheese, in addition to the usual pickled daikons, carrots, and jalapenos.
Captain?
No
Time.
answer.
Banh mi. The Vietnamese style of this beverage uses Robusta beans and is typically served iced and with sweetened condensed milk.
Coffee.
Coffee is correct. To question 14, hands on the buzzers. In 2024, scientists discovered that protein sequences from 2 specimens of this enzootic pathogen were related to an red fox variant seen in Japan in 2002. In humans, this condition can be treated with neuraminidase inhibitors such as oseltamivir. This disease is known to spread from cows to cats. Fears of a future pandemic spread in December after a Louisiana. Yes.
Bird flu.
Bird flu is correct. To the bonus questions. 3/4 of America's bird flu infected herds are found in the Central Valley of California. For 10 points each, name this governor of California who declared a state emergency to fight the spread of avian flu in this state's dairy cow population.
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom is right. A major source of human contracted avian flu is through this type of dairy product, which does not undergo heat treatment to remove pathogenic bacteria.
Yogurt.
That is incorrect. Unpasteurized or raw milk is the right answer. Newsom's declaration of a state of emergency led some critics to claim that Newsom was attempting to lock down the state, which he did to combat this 2020 pandemic.
Coronavirus.
Yeah, can we be more specific, please? Say it again.
COVID-19.
COVID-19 is what we were looking for. Thank you. Moving to question 15. Hands on the buzzers, please. The line, Generalissimo Francisco Franco is still dead, originated during the first season of this TV show. In a 2024 movie, Corey Michael Smith portrays the originator of that line, Chevy Chase. Since 2015, this show's Weekend Update has featured a joke swap.
Saturday Night Live.
That is correct. For 10 points each, name these real-life public figures who have made appearances on Saturday Night Live in your bonus questions. Less than 3 days before the 2024 election, this politician appeared across a mirror from her comedic portrayer, Maya Rudolph.
Kamala Harris.
That is correct. During a 2015 show, this future first daughter played the Secretary of the Interior who bragged that the Washington Monument will be covered in gold-mirrored glass.
Captain? Time.
No.
Ivanka Trump. In 2008, this then Alaska governor appeared on the show and watched a press conference sketch in which she was lampooned by Tina Fey.
Anybody?
Captain?
No answer.
She can see Russia from her house. Sarah Palin is the answer. Question 16. Buzzers ready? Dmitry Borgman created a strange but grammatically correct sentence consisting of this word repeated 8 times. This word is also the name of an American.
Buffalo.
Buffalo is correct, and you were early. The bonus points are for answering early, not for the recitation of the 8-word sentence. Moving on to your bonus questions. For 10 points each, answer the following about the NFL franchise that plays its home games in Buffalo's Highmark Stadium. This NFL franchise takes its nickname from the Wild West showman William Frederick Cody.
Bills.
Bills, Buffalo Bill Cody. On December 1st, 2024, against the 49ers, this Buffalo Bills quarterback was credited with 2 fantasy touchdowns on one play when he threw a pass to Amari Cooper before taking a lateral and running into the end zone.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen played college football for the Cowboys of the flagship university in this state. The state is also home to the city of Cody, which is named for Buffalo Bill.
Texas.
Wyoming. Moving on to our 17th question, hands on the buzzer. In Margaret Atwood's post-apocalyptic novel Oryx and Crake, this is the name of the protagonist, who was previously known as Jimmy. In a classic 1950 Gene Autry song, a character of this kind is described as having a corncob pipe and a button nose and 2...
Frosty the Snowman?
Snowman is correct. And did they get that before? Yes, an extra 5 points. So 15 points for that one. As we move to our bonus questions. For 10 points each, answer the following about the science of cooling, too advanced for a snowman. Fog machines use this solid form of carbon dioxide. It's often used as a coolant. It's colder than frozen water, but doesn't leave behind wet residues.
Captain?
Liquid nitrogen.
Nope. Dry ice. Super cool, literally. These home appliances replaced ice boxes and use a heat pump to remove warm air from an enclosed space, allowing its contents to remain cool.
Fridge.
Say it again.
Fridge.
Fridges, refrigerators, correct. This German-Swiss physicist co-invented a butane refrigerator in 1926. He's also known for his theories of special and general relativity.
Albert Einstein.
Yes, that is correct. Our 18th question. Buzzers ready? Leon Gambetta escaped an 1870 siege of Paris with this type of conveyance. During a 1986 stunt in Cleveland, 2 men drowned after 1.5 million of these objects were released. In 1997, a woman was seriously injured at a parade after one of these objects.
Balloons.
Balloons is correct. Your bonus questions. Answer the following about the science of balloons for 10 points each. Balloons float because of differences in this quantity between the air inside and outside of a balloon. One formula for this quantity is mass divided by volume.
Density.
Density is correct. The inflation of a balloon is explained by a theory of gases described with this adjective, indicating the movement of particles. This adjective is also used to describe a type of energy that is contrasted with potential energy.
Kinetic.
Kinetic is correct. A balloon stays inflated because the kinetic movement of particles equalizes this force per unit area on both sides of the balloon. In tires, this quantity can be given with the unit pounds per square inch.
Pressure.
Pressure is correct. Our 19th question. During the 1980s, the staff of a diving resort on this body of water transported Beta Israel refugees from Sudan to Israel. A 2023 crisis on this body of water pitted international cargo ships against Houthi rebels. A Riviera on this sea was controlled by...
The Mediterranean Sea.
That is incorrect. A Riviera on this sea was controlled by Israel as part of their occupation of the Sinai Peninsula. For 10 points, Moses parted which sea?
Red Sea.
Correct. Your bonus questions. For 10 points each, answer these about the making of the film Red Sea Diving Resort. The Red Sea Diving Resort was produced for this online streaming service, better known for television series such as Stranger Things and Squid Game.
Netflix.
Netflix is correct. In the Red Sea Diving Resort, this actor plays Mossad agent Ari Levinson. This actor played Johnny Storm in Deadpool and Wolverine and plays Captain America in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Chris Evans.
Chris Evans is correct. Although the film was shot in South Africa and Namibia, the Red Sea Diving Resort is set in this African country, which was rendered landlocked after the secession of Eritrea.
Chad.
The answer is Ethiopia. We've come to our 20th and final question. Hands on the buzzers. In December of 2024, the fastest object ever made by humans surpassed 430,000 miles per hour while visiting this body. A vehicle broke that record by flying just 3.8 million miles at temperatures near 2,600 degrees Celsius. 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit above the surface of this G2V body, whose coronal mass ejections are responsible for auroras.
Sun.
The sun is correct.
High five, whatever. Fist bump.
Moving on to our bonus questions. Unlike the Parker probe, this figure suffered a catastrophic failure when he flew too close to the sun. For 10 points each, which mythological son of the craftsman Daedalus fell into the sea after the wax on his improvised wings melted?
Icarus.
That's correct. Icarus and Daedalus were trying to escape from King Minos on this Greek island and the location of the labyrinth.
Defer to Ember.
Captain. Time.
Crete.
Crete. Oh,
in the 16th century, Flemish master Peter Bruegel the Elder painted the fall of Icarus as part of a large painting of this type. This genre typically depicts natural scenery such as mountains, rivers, and trees.
What?
Captain.
Landscape.
Time.
Landscape is correct, and you got that in by the buzzer. All right, competitors, we have reached the end of this round. It is time to send it back to Chloe and Ella while we tabulate the scores.
We are joined by school board member Anayel Luebanos. Whiz Quiz is known as the sport of knowledge. How does tonight represent the best of Fort Worth ISD?
There's so much talent across our district, and tonight it shows all the talent that we have within the Fort Worth ISD.
And what makes you the most proud to represent Fort Worth ISD and our community?
It is an honor of my life to be able to listen to the students and to the teachers and do what's best for the students and the employees that we have within the Fort Worth ISD.
And what would you like to say to all the teams that have made it to finals?
It is not easy to be here tonight, so congratulations to all the teams. In my eyes, all of them are winners.
Perfect. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. The Whiz Quizzers sure had fun. Now it's time to have some fun with the audience while they add up the scores.
Let's turn it over to our friend Griffin Turner for Cue the Drum Roll. Are you smarter than a Whiz Quizzer? Griffin, looks like you have some eager contestants ready to go.
Sure looks like it. I'm eager to ask the questions. I'm sure they're eager to answer. So let's get right into it. How are you doing tonight, ma'am?
Great.
What's your name?
Katie.
All right, Katie, you ready for the question?
I hope.
All right. The disease that caused the Black Death can now be treated with these medicines. These medicines, which include penicillin, target bacteria.
Antibiotics.
That's correct. You are now the proud owner of a Fort Worth ISD sponsored goodie bag. All right. Step right up. All right. How you doing tonight, sir?
Good.
All right. What's your name?
Henry.
All right. Are you ready for the question, Henry? Okay. This Christmas carol includes the lyrics, "Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh." Would you like some help from the audience?
Jingle bells.
That is correct. You are now also the proud owner of a Fort Worth ISD sponsored goodie bag. Step right up, sir. How are you feeling tonight, sir?
I feel like I'm going to be the one that blows it.
I'm sure you'll do fine. What's your name, sir?
I'm Robbie.
Nice to meet you. Are you ready for the question? You gotta get it anyway. Starfish can be found living in these ecosystems, which are built by coral, a great barrier. One of these ecosystems is off the coast of Australia.
A reef.
That is correct, sir. See, I knew you wouldn't blow it. Come on now. You are now also the proud owner of a Forward ID sponsored goodie bag. Now back to you, Chloe and Ella.
Thank you, Griffin and audience. Great job. We are joined with someone else that is doing a great job, Interim Superintendent Dr. Karen Molinar.
Dr. Molinar, you said that one of your priorities is putting students first and open communication with parents. How do you think these priorities will improve our district?
Well, I think if we put kids first every day, then we also are putting our teachers first. That improves everything. Events like this, having our students come here to the District Service Center and just promoting all the talent that we see here. You two young ladies and then everyone that's helped running this behind the scenes, that's what it's about. It's about building back our community to show our kids are the smartest kids in Tarrant County and in Texas, and that the talent is right here in our city and in our backyard. And we have to promote you guys and show that to everyone.
I'm all for that.
Me too. Well, Whiz Quiz is just one of the many great things in Fort Worth ISD. What is your goal to keep the great things going in our district?
Well, as you see going into our budget year for 2025-26, we're going to be reallocating our funds directly into the classroom. Whenever you put money back into the classroom and look at what we can sunset and get rid of to give our teachers and our students more money in our campuses, that's the first step, is that you're showing your commitment is truly to our students and to our campuses and to not only the academics, but the fine arts, the athletics, all the clubs, all of our programs. We couldn't do something like this evening without making sure we have funds allocated to it.
We've said tonight is all about learning. What have you learned since you took over as interim superintendent?
Patience, and that's not my strong point. I'm a type of person that wants to move very, very quickly. I want to see change. I want to see results. I have to balance that sometimes because of the size of our district, and just make sure that also we're being very strategic about it and make sure it's the right thing to do that will have what we call the return of investment and not just do it like just because I'm impatient. So patience has been fun. I also have to learn to turn off myself. I don't sleep a lot anyway, but around 2 a.m. I'm like, okay, I gotta get at least 3 hours in because I'm constantly wanting to do something and look at emails and work because this is a passion of mine. I've been here, this is year 26, and it's hard to turn it off and sometimes just remember that my body's saying you need to sleep for a couple hours.
Yes, I understand that. Well, thank you, Dr. Karen Molinar, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Sounds like you learned a lot. I wonder if anything she learned would help her with Whiz Quiz.
Well, the scores are in. Let's get right to Mark Istook, Michael Flachet, and Audrey Thomas for the trophy presentation. Mark?
Thank you very much, ladies. And again, let's hear it for our competitors in this round. And for those of you that heard me before say, I competed in Whiz Quiz as a kid as well, so just keep at it, and maybe someday you too can read a teleprompter for a living. Actually, I would say maybe aim a little higher than that because I could not have hung with these kids up here tonight. It's really cool to be able to see you guys perform, and it is an honor to be able to be here and just be a part of it. And just cool to see this event and the hard work by everybody done tonight as we celebrate these two teams and our winners. And I know that you have the tally. Michael Flachet, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much. And it's not just a tally, but this match was so close that we didn't have a winner until the very last question. The last question we went into at a tie, with one team scoring 270 points, the other scoring 300 points. Our winner is the Applied Learning Academy. They say act like you've done it before. But they haven't, so you got to give them some grace there. ALA, great job. But can we have a huge round of applause for YMLA? So just a quick second on both teams. I know, Ms. Faulkner, you've worked so hard. You had the program before COVID. We had to take a hiccup in between. But let me come on over here real quick. Y'all built it up, and this is a great performance, as they'll seemingly do every year. Let me go back to one of our top point scorers. What a great season, don't you think?
Yes.
Well, let's not dive into it. Very cool. One more big round of applause for YMLA. Very cool. Let's go to our captain, Carter, another high point scorer. Why do you think this is such a cool moment for ALA? I mean, I have not been a part of it since ALA has won, so this is really cool to see a new team win. How special is this for you?
Very special, especially because I get to share this with all my best friends, you know? Yeah, all my best friends.
I can tell y'all love each other. That is really cool. Let's give both of these teams a big round of applause one more time. Y'all can head on back to your seats. Y'all can head on back to your seats. Very good. Can I take 1 second? We did have one quick MVP. You can go on back. ALA, YMLA, you can head on to your seats. We do want to acknowledge one of our MVPs who came in here a little bit late, but we still want to celebrate. From WLI, is it Aiden Frederickson? Come on down. Aiden, give him a big round of applause. With over 300 points for WLI. Glad you made it just in time. How was your season this year?
I feel like it was really great considering that this is the furthest that WLI has ever made it, and we went into this season with not really that many hopes considering our high school team has never really been the best, but we did really great considering that we only had freshmen, and I'm really grateful to be the captain of that team, and I'm really grateful for all the people that are there, and I'm also grateful for my parents and my sister because I can see them right now.
And can I say to WLI, they were up here in the finals at the middle school level, and can I be an encouragement to all of our middle school students? You could be a part of a program going into high school like Aiden, who's a rock star player and starting a brand new awesome tradition at the high school level at WLI, and we're super proud of them. Let's give Aiden one more big round of applause. You can head on back. Thank you, buddy. Wow, 2 matches in. We have one more match left with our high school teams. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back to enjoy some more talented students here very soon. Thank you.
It's especially important for us.
Sabemos que es muy importante para
getting to
el
learn
cerebro.
about different cultures.
Están orgullosos de su lenguaje y su cultura.
I love being in a dual language program.
Dual language va a cambiar mi futuro.
Dual language is a gift. Ser bilingüe es un regalo. What does this sound like to you? ¿Qué tal ahora?
If you understand both, then you probably understand the power of two, el poder de dos.
Ceremony. Muy bien, una ceremonia is a ceremony. Es una graduación.
I like speaking 2 languages. Me gusta hablar en 2 lenguajes.
To be biliterate, to be bilingual for both our English and our Spanish speakers. It is just a world of opportunity for our students.
Bilingualism is like going to the gym for your brain.
Did you read the poetry homework? Sí, me gusta mucho la leí en español y en inglés.
Como maestra de kinder, he visto cómo los niños aprenden un segundo idioma con mucha facilidad. El pasto y el pino son parecidos.
I'm gonna pick a tree.
I think at their age too, they're like little sponges. So whatever you teach them, you can see it right there in that moment.
Do you guys drink?
Our students will be able to speak, read, and write in both English and Spanish.
¿Y luego se irán a las calles?
Exacto.
El cerebro de un estudiante que está aprendiendo el contenido en 2 idiomas es mucho más poderoso que el cerebro de una persona que solo aprende en un solo idioma.
You get to learn 2 languages.
Diego is bilingual and we wanted to continue that tradition.
La importancia para mí como un padre era que mis niños hablar los 2 idiomas y escribir y leer en los 2 idiomas.
Do you normally speak English or Spanish at home?
Both. It's fun to understand people in a different language.
We do offer a one-way program in which in that classroom, the only students that are there are those students who speak Spanish and are learning English, but they are taught in English and Spanish.
In a two-way classroom, same type of instruction, English and Spanish.
En la clase bilingüe.
My English speakers are learning Spanish. My Spanish speakers are learning English.
How many phones does the dog have now?
Two-way itself is appealing because not only are the kids learning English, but the kids who are wanting to learn Spanish are also doing Spanish at the same time. And it ends up making them very biliterate, and that in the future is going to open the door up for them, just like it did for me.
This one is supposed to be there and this one's supposed to be there.
Good job.
And I do really love the students, and I do love seeing them grow and learn.
And what a benefit as a parent to know that you've got the most highly qualified teachers in a research-based program, and your kids getting that for free.
Una, dos, o tres.
I enrolled my child in a dual language program to give him a better opportunity in life. I wanted him to be able to speak with others around the world who are not like him.
Help me talk to him.
Yo pasé por esto cuando llegué a este país de México y estuve en el distrito de Fort Worth en el programa dual.
It will make it easier for other people to talk to me and for me to talk to them in English or in Spanish.
En los últimos 10 años, los trabajos que se están abriendo para personas que puedan hablar en dos idiomas ha incrementado más de 150%.
I feel it opens, bigger opportunities for him.
Realmente una persona que habla los dos idiomas vale por dos.
No matter what they decide to do, the Spanish is going to help them.
We like to say a superpower for all kids, and that's a strength that Fort Worth ISD has, that we can say we are developing students who are bilingual, biliterate, bicultural.
But it's also a way to ensure that their opportunities are more than doubled whenever they do get out of our schools.
The future is wide open and it's bright, and that's why my own kids are in dual language.
All right, so let's and to find your answer.
Avión, avión, imán, imán, I.
We dream big at Fort Worth ISD. And have the academic and extracurricular programs to back it up. Reach for it and dream big. Choose Fort Worth ISD.
Programas impulsados por la industria y escuelas de selección ofrecen a las familias y estudiantes de Fort Worth ISD el poder de elegir, ahora más que nunca. Desde aviación, ciberseguridad, artes culinarias, STEM, bellas artes, escuelas preparatorias con iniciación a la universidad y mucho más. Hay un camino para todos. Obtén certificaciones, créditos universitarios e incluso un título de asociado sin costo de matrícula. Visita fwisd.org/selecciones y consulta nuestro catálogo interactivo completo. Tienes hasta el 31 de enero para presentar tu solicitud.
Here's the thing about being a principal. You help create and share the vision with your staff. But it's not yours, it's ours, it's our whole community's.
Because I was born and raised in Fort Worth, I attended a Fort Worth ISD elementary, middle, and high school. I want to give more back than ever.
I do this job for the love of my kids.
I find my motivation in the little people that I serve.
Our students are amazing, and I get to do this every day. Imagine coming to a new country, not knowing the language, and you have 10 months to learn how to read, write, speak, and listen in English.
Every single student can learn, no matter what deficits they have.
Well, I think about the trust that the families have placed on myself and our staff.
I can relate to the parents because my parents went through the same struggle.
We have great educators and we have very committed leaders.
If we don't take care of the teachers, they can't take care of the students. And so we do our very best to help guide them through the work.
They are the absolute bridge to student success.
I'm overjoyed when I see our young men cross the stage and I get to shake their hands. It's an honor to be able to know them.
I know how hard it was for them to get there and succeed.
Those students will really pull at your emotional strings on graduation day.
I might cry just a little bit, but I will hide it well.
They come back doctors, nurses, engineers. That's where my heart balloons.
And seeing young men be confident in themselves and having a vision, I couldn't ask for more.
I hope they see me as a role model. I hope they see me as someone that they trust.
My hope for my students for their future is
To be the best that they can be. I know their stories.
Helping them to realize their dreams and being successful, that's what it's all about.
Love it.
So we're here now with the last two final schools, Benbrook
and I am Terrell. And we have a special guest here with us tonight, Interim Superintendent Dr. Karen Molinar. And we're going to give you the honor of asking the big question.
No, just kidding. Are you ready to play Whiz Quiz? So let's play Whiz Quiz.
It's time to play the sport of knowledge. Welcome to the Fort Worth ISD Whiz Quiz.
That is correct.
Welcome to the Fort Worth ISD Whiz Quiz High School Finals. I'm Isabel Reyes.
And I'm Maria Botello. And set to face off for the championship are I Am Terrell and Benbrook Middle High.
Still rocking it between rounds, the Southwest Jazz Ensemble. Doing a great job, guys. And now the action really kicks in.
And helping us with all of the action is Fort Worth native and alumnus of Fort Worth ISD, Mark Istook. Mark is a four-time Emmy-winning anchor of Daybreak on WFAA. You name it, Mark has done it. News, sports, entertainment, and even weather.
That's what makes him the perfect quizmaster for tonight's matches. Here's our quizmaster, Mark Istook, to take us to round one. Mark?
Thank you, Maria and Isabel, and thank you to whoever the one guy out there who was like, yay, and then you go, that kind of humbles you, brings you down a little bit, which is great because you guys are the stars tonight, our competitors from I Am Terrell and Benbrook Middle High School. Let's hear it for these teammates. And as we have done before, I'd love for you guys to introduce yourselves to our audience, and we're going to start here with my left. You can lead us off, please.
Catherine Alexander.
Colin Jarko. Kyle Lewis. Brady Ball.
Eliza Stubblefield.
Noah Gamble. Martin Clapper. Silas Carter.
All right. Again, I want to recognize Michael Fluchet, who is keeping things kosher up there from the dais. And again, we're going to go over the rules tonight, which is kind of less for you guys in the audience because you guys do this all the time. It's more for me, so I know what I'm doing up here. But we've got 20 questions on tap for you guys tonight. If you were able to buzz in early and get those questions correct, they are worth 15 points. Whichever team answers a question correctly gets the opportunity to answer 3 bonus questions. Those are each worth 10 points. We'll take a quick break. After 10 questions, we'll come back for our final 10, and then assuming there is no tie,
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:32 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvene open session at 10:36 p.m. with the quorum present. We are up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? All right. Seeing none, do I have a motion accepting consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, so Jackson, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Phillips. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch? Yes. 9-0, motion passes. Now we'll move to action items. Action agenda items. Let's see, we are at personnel. 11B, Executive Director of Transportation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Phillips? Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch? Yes. 9-0, motion passes. Dr. Molinar, would you like to introduce our new personnel?
I would. We would like to welcome Mr. Graff, who's here, and he's joining us from San Antonio, but has a long history with urban school districts. Thank you so much for joining the Fort Worth Independent School team, and welcome. I know you're going to be joining us. Our transportation department is very excited, so welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next item, 11C, approve the termination of Mr. Kevin Wolf's term employment contract for good cause in accordance with Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. Do I have a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Toby Jackson. Any discussion? Please
Yeah,
move to voting.
President Martinez.
Can we allow him to read the motion? Sorry.
Sure.
I know yours was specific, but he.
I move to terminate the term contract of Mr. Kevin Wolf for good cause pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
Second by Jackson. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. We are at, next item is 11D, consideration and adoption of resolution approving contingent fee legal services contract, including findings needed for submission of contingent fee legal services agreement and request for expedited review by the Texas Attorney General. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dr. Ryan and Trustee Dar. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
All right, 9-0, motion passes. The next item is 11E, consideration and adoption of contingent fee legal services agreement with O'Hanlon, Demerit, and Castillo, and Elin and Bonin, PC. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Dr. Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. Now we're at 11F, approve proposed termination of certain probationary contract employees for good cause pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move to propose termination of the probationary contract of Christina Tillett for good cause pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
All right, 9-0, motion passes. We do not have 11G, 11H, 11I, so we move on to 11J. Approve a resolution of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees to transition employee calendar and ensure employees are not adversely affected by change. Do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Jackson? Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. Next item is 11K, approve resolution of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees requesting reappraisal for the 2025 tax year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Jackson, do I have a second? Dr. Rodriguez, any discussion? Please move to voting.
Yeah. Well,
discussion. Sorry. Trustee Phillips.
Yes, I would just like to have some clarification on this particular item to be able to talk about what it is that this actually encompasses.
Carmen Arieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer for the district. I do have a presentation that I could quickly go over just to add some more clarity to this particular item. This item requests the approval of the resolution of the board to request reappraisal for the 2025 tax year through the Tarrant Appraisal District. So just to give you some information, I would ask Cynthia, could you please bring up the presentation? Thank you. So just to give you some background, back in August of 2024, the Tarrant Appraisal District approved a reappraisal plan that had certain aspects with regards to its reappraisal plan. One of the aspects of that plan is that it would require the chief appraiser to only appraise residentially coded properties every 2 years within the parameters allowed by state law. And that's a factor that really is driving this resolution. Here was the timeline for changes. So on January 1st, 2024, we received, that was the first valuation cycle, and that impacted our tax rate for 2024, and then our budget year for 24-25. So for for January 1st, 2025, there would not be a reappraisal. The values would be frozen at the 24 levels. The 10% residential cap would still apply, however. And again, this is what impacts this tax year in the 25-25 budget cycle. The same thing would happen in January 1st, 2026. And so we would not get a reappraisal until January of 27, according to the reappraisal plan. So what is the impact to Fort Worth ISD? Well, we looked at it from two different standpoints. One is the INS side, the interest in sinking. It may result in higher tax rates over the course because your valuations are not being kept up with the model, which is could possibly lead to a higher overall cost over the life of the debt. And then there's that mismatch between local appraisal rolls and the property value studies that result in lower M&O revenues. So what are our risks? Well, basically, if the TAD fails the property value study and the state utilizes a higher property value study than the TAD values, that the district will lose revenue. There is some adjustments that come into play with recapture districts. The district entered into recaptured within the last 2 years. There is some proportionate adjustment in recapture. But I think one of the most important things is that there's not a state mechanism nor a recapture adjustment for Tier 2 that makes up that shortfall between the collections that are provided by the local appraiser, so that when the TAD certifies the value, that's the tax. Those are the taxes that we can generate dollars from, and that calculated PVS T2 levy. And it's important because of the timing. I'll go over the timing in the presentation because as you know, we receive our certified values in April, our preliminary in April, certified in August, and that's when you all set the tax rate. The PTAD, which is the property tax division of the state, they don't give us their values until January. So there's that timeline. We don't have enough timeline to address a potential shortfall. So on the INS impact, we have addressed it by adopting our model to reflect little to no growth. We're doing a refunding that the board approved last month. So we are taking steps in order to be able to address a potential reduction in the AV. But on the M&O side, under current law, the property value study, assigned values are those that are used to determine the local share of the foundation school program entitlement. Remember in House Bill 3 in 2019, when the law changed, it changed the way that we were being funded. So while local determined appraisal rolls are used to levy and collect taxes, the PVS determined values are the ones that flow through the formula, and those are the ones that we utilize in order to determine what our state funding is going to be. If local values are found to be invalid under the PVS and state values are assigned for the purposes of those calculations, that's when we would lose money. So so what we did, I want to look at this history of the property values from the TAD and the PTAD for the last 5 years. And so one of the things that we've been utilizing in our formula is just that predictability. So in every single case, as you can see, despite the fact that we've had homestead exemptions that have increased from 25 to 40 to 100, the certified values have always been higher than the PTAD values. So for example, we may be generating dollars off of the certified values, but the state PTAD values is what we actually get funding for through the state formula. So what is at risk here is that those PTAD values come at the certified values or above that certified value amount. And that is the risk that we have with a reappraisal or the lack of a reappraisal, and we happen to fail the property value. So what happens if we do fail the property value study? Well, if we fail the property value study and we don't meet the criteria of the grace period, and one of the criteria of that grace period is that the model that the state uses, that the aggregate local value of all studied category is not less than 90% of the lower limit of the margin of error. So we have been notified by the chief appraiser that in that model, we're at about 87%. And so we have been working since August, we have been working with the chief appraiser to keep us apprised of those estimated values. And he has indicated to us that that he will, as he indicated during the discussions of the reappraisal plan, that he would go back to his board and ask for a reappraisal if in his studies he found out that mock value study fell below that 90%. That was what we had been discussing since the plan was approved in August. And so he is moving forward with an action item on the February 26th agenda, the TAD agenda. What he also asked, his board has also asked that we, if for a board resolution from our board, from any participant and entity, for them to reconsider that reappraisal plan. And that's why the resolution is on your board agenda. So as a example, what I did is I ran the formula for 24-25. And so I ran the same theory through our current funding formula. So if our property values had come in at the August TAD certified values, we would have lost $26.3 million. And then another scenario, if the PVS values had come in 5% higher than the August TAD values, the district would have lost $51 million. So if you go back to the prior slide, you can see those values there, and I apologize that they're so small. But there you can see the PTAD values have already come in. We've already received the preliminary values and you can see them on the website. They've come in at $54,536 million. So I ran it through the formula at $57,515,000, which is what the TAD would have certified. And that was the 26 million as of today, if that number had come in at the 57. And so likewise, I also did an analysis if they came in 5% above the local values. For example, and this is again next year, so this is just a scenario, we would have been 51 million from our current position. So that is the concern that has been raised by the chief appraiser, and during our discussions, we've been monitoring this because they did pass that reappraisal plan. And so we are asking that you pass a resolution to request that the TAD board reappraise in the 25 tax year.
Thank you very much. So with that being the case, and I know there was a lot of information, the estimation is that if without doing this, there is a chance for significant loss just based on preliminary calculations.
Yes, sir. And again, it's all based on estimates. We have a legislative year, and we have a so a lot could happen. I am using this year's funding formula again for next year, just to give you an estimate of what it would have impacted had we reverted. Because what happens is if the property value study is deemed invalid by the state, if the property value deems that our values are invalid, then we have to use state values. So we would have had to use their values. So if their values had come in that's why I used that scenario, that calculation.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, President Martinez.
Absolutely.
Any other discussion? Please move to voting.
I had a question.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Lynch.
Carmen, just to be clear, so this is on the TAD board agendas next meeting, regardless, this is just weighing in on our opinion, right? It's ultimately their decision whether to act on something or not, regardless of this resolution. It's just us weighing in. Is that a fair statement?
Fair statement. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
No.
8-1, motion passes. The next item is 11L, approved budget amendment for the period ending January 31st, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Jackson, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
Right, 9-0, motion passes. Next item, 11M, approve and authorize the superintendent to enter into an agreement with Aubrey for data management and consulting services. Do I have a motion? Jackson, do I have a second?
Second.
Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. 11N, approve recommendation to renew and expand the Texas Wesleyan University partnership with Fort Worth ISD to operate and manage selected Fort Worth ISD campuses. Do I have a motion? Trustee Luebanos, Trustee Jackson, second. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. 11O, approve 2024-2025 targeted improvement plan. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Jackson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. 11P, approve the turf resurface at Amon Carter, Riverside High School, Diamond Hill Drivers High School, Southwest High School, Benbrook Middle High School, utilizing program contingency funds in the conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
All right, 9-0, motion passes. Next item, 11Q, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for GMP Amendment Number 2 for construction services for information technology scope of work at J. Martin J.K. Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Luebanos, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. 11R, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for GMP Amendment Number 2 for construction services and information technology scope of work at Leonard Middle School, renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Dr. Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. 11S, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for GMP Amendment Number 2 for construction services for information technology scope of work at WC Stripling Middle School, renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, second. Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. Next item, 11T, approve increase to previously approved architectural services, engineering services, and professional services amount for J. Martin J.K. Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program.
So moved.
Trustee Luebanos,
Well,
Trustee
seconded.
Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. And last item, 11U, approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for construction services and authorization to negotiate and award contracts for architectural and engineering professional services for GMP Amendment Number 2 for information technology, scope of work at Workforce-Based Success High School at Como Montessori renovations utilizing 2017 program contingency funds in conjunction with the 2021 capital improvement programs. Do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Lynch?
Yes.
9-0, motion passes. The time is 11:02 p.m. The meeting is adjourned. Have a safe night. Please drive careful.